to the untamed heart of the wild, to the ancient woods that whisper secrets to those who listen, and to the enduring strength found in solitude. May your roots run deep and your spirits soar like the highest bough, for the quiet moments of wonder, the sudden revelations that bloom in the stillness, and the profound connection to a world that pulses with unseen magic. For all who feel the call of the ancient and the power that slumbers just beneath the surface of the ordinary, this story is yours. It is a testament to the magic that resides in the forgotten places, the courage to embrace the unknown, and the deep, abiding wisdom that nature so freely offers. May you find your own silent grove, your own unheard voice, and the courage to answer its call. For those who walk their own path, guided by intuition and the subtle currents of destiny, this is for you. To the spirit of discovery, the resilience of the earth, and the unwritten chapters that lie waiting to be lived. The forest was Thyra's truest home, a kingdom of emerald and umber where the whispers of ancient trees formed her only constant companions. For 20 summers, she had walked its dappled paths, her small frame agile and sure-footed amidst the gnarled roots and moss-laden stones. Her days were a symphony of quiet industry, the gentle scrape of her trowel against the yielding earth as she unearthed potent roots, the delicate plucking of blossoms from dew-kissed stems, the patient drying of leaves and petals in the sun-drenched nooks of her solitary dwelling. Her hands, perpetually stained with the rich pigments of the soil, were a testament to her intimate communion with the natural world. She knew the medicinal properties of the moon petal, the sleep-inducing essence of the dream foil, and the fiery warmth of the sunroot as intimately as she knew the lines on her own palm. Yet, this deep connection to the earth was paralleled by an equally profound disconnect from her fellow humans. The village of Oakhaven, nestled at the forest's edge, was a place Thyra visited only out of necessity, her infrequent appearances marked by the wary glances of its inhabitants. They saw her as an oddity, a girl whose silence was mistaken for arrogance, whose solitary wanderings were interpreted as disdain for their communal life. They could not perceive the subtle hum that thrummed beneath her calm surface, a nascent magic that she herself had only begun to sense, an awareness of the unseen currents that flowed through the world, currents that seemed to respond to her presence in ways she couldn't articulate. Her small cottage, a weathered structure almost entirely consumed by ivy and clinging vines, stood a good league from Oakhaven, an intentional separation that mirrored the quiet chasm between her inner world and the bustling, often unthinking life of the village. Here, surrounded by the rustling symphony of the woods, she found a solace that eluded her among her own kind. The wild creatures of the forest, from the shy forest deer to the chattering squirrels, seemed to accept her presence without question, often pausing to regard her with bright, curious eyes before resuming their activities. Even the ancient trees, their bark etched with the stories of centuries, seemed to lean in, their leaves murmuring a language she was slowly learning to understand. Her isolation was not a choice born of misanthropy, but rather a consequence of her nature, a nature that felt more attuned to the silent, enduring strength of the ancient woods than to the ephemeral conversations and fleeting concerns of the villagers. She often felt like an alien presence, a seed from a different soil, struggling to root itself in the common ground of Oakhaven. The elders of the village would sometimes offer her pitying smiles, their words laced with a patronizing concern for her apparent lack of companionship. They could not fathom that her solitude was not emptiness, but a fullness, a rich tapestry woven from the subtle energies of the forest. There were moments, particularly in the deep twilight hours when the forest seemed to hold its breath, when Thera would feel a strange stirring within her, a prickling sensation that ran along her skin like 1,000 tiny sparks. It was as if the very air around her vibrated with an unseen force, a power that coiled and uncoiled within her own being, a silent promise of something more, something vast and untamed. She would often sit by the hearth of her cottage, the firelight dancing on the walls, and trace the intricate patterns of the leaves pressed between the pages of her worn herbal texts, feeling a resonance that went beyond the written word, a sense of connection to something primordial and deeply hidden. This burgeoning awareness was a delicate thing, like a fragile seedling pushing through hardened earth. She had no one to guide her, no elder to explain the unusual sensitivity she possessed, the way the forest seemed to sigh with her moods, or the uncanny accuracy of her intuition when it came to matters of healing. The villagers attributed her skill with herbs to mere diligence, failing to recognize the intuitive leaps she made, the way she could coax remedies from plants that others overlooked, as if the plants themselves whispered their secrets to her. Her days were a quiet testament to a life lived in harmony with the natural world, a life that was both deeply rooted and strangely adrift. She was a creature of the woods, her existence inextricably bound to its cycles, its rhythms, and its unspoken mysteries. But even as she embraced this solitary existence, a faint, persistent feeling lingered, the sense that her life was meant to extend beyond the familiar mossy paths, that the quiet hum within her was a prelude to a grander, more significant melody, a melody that was waiting for the right moment to be heard. The air itself seemed to hold a different quality in those solitary hours, a subtle thrumming that most would never notice. Thera, however, felt it keenly. It was the pulse of the earth, the slow, steady beat of life that resonated through the roots of the ancient trees and the veins of the smallest leaf. She would often sit with her back against the rough bark of an old oak, closing her eyes, and allow the forest's silent conversation to wash over her. The rustle of leaves was not mere wind, it was a language, a complex syntax of sighs and murmurs that spoke of growth, of decay, of the enduring resilience of life. The chirping of insects was not random noise, it was a chorus, a constant testament to the teeming vitality of the undergrowth. Her village, Oakhaven, was a cluster of sturdy, thatched roof cottages huddled together as if for warmth against the immensity of the surrounding forest. It was a place of practical concerns, of sowing and reaping, of tending livestock and mending tools. Thyra's presence there was always temporary, a brief incursion into a world that felt both familiar and fundamentally alien. When she visited to trade her dried herbs for necessities like salt and lamp oil, she moved through the village like a phantom, her gaze drifting towards the forest's edge, her mind already miles away among the whispering pines. The villagers' chatter about harvests and village gossip seemed distant and inconsequential, like the buzzing of flies on a summer afternoon. They saw her as peculiar, of course, a young woman, alone, living so far from any other habitation, with no husband or family to speak of. They whispered about her quietness, her preference for the company of plants and animals over people. Some said she was touched by the Fae, that the forest had claimed a piece of her soul. Others simply dismissed her as odd, a harmless eccentric who happened to have a knack for healing. They were unaware of the deeper currents that moved within her, the nascent magic that made the very air around her shimmer with an almost imperceptible energy. This unseen power was a constant, subtle companion, an innate understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. When she foraged, it wasn't just knowledge of botany that guided her, it was a deeper, more intuitive sense, a pull towards the plants that held the most potent remedies, as if they were calling to her. She could feel the life force within them, a vibrant energy that flowed into her own being when she touched them, a sensation that was both exhilarating and deeply comforting. Her cottage was a place of focused, solitary creation. Dried herbs hung in fragrant bunches from the rafters, their earthy scent mingling with the clean aroma of beeswax and the fainter, sweeter perfume of drying flowers. Shelves lined the walls, laden with an array of earthenware jars and pouches, each meticulously labeled with Thyra's neat, precise script. There were powders and tinctures, salves and poultices, all meticulously prepared, their creation a ritual that soothed her spirit and sharpened her focus. She found a profound satisfaction in the tangible results of her work, the way a carefully brewed decoction could ease a fever or a precisely applied balm could draw out an infection. But even in these moments of quiet accomplishment, there was a sense of something more, a feeling that her skills were not entirely her own, but borrowed from a deeper wellspring. She felt the forest's wisdom flowing through her, ancient knowledge imprinted upon the very fabric of the land, waiting for a receptive soul to access it. It was a humbling realization, a constant reminder of her own smallness within the grand, intricate tapestry of existence. Yet it was also a source of quiet strength. Her solitude, while profound, was not a burden she carried with resentment. Rather, it was a chosen space, a necessary condition for the unfolding of her own unique nature. She had tried, in her younger years, to engage more fully with the social fabric of Oak Haven, to participate in the village festivals and communal gatherings. But the cacophony of voices, the superficiality of the conversations, and the unspoken expectations of conformity had always left her feeling drained and restless, like a migratory bird trapped in a cage. The forest, in contrast, offered a boundless freedom, a quiet expanse where her spirit could unfurl and breathe. She understood that her life was different, that her path diverged sharply from the expected trajectory of a young woman in her village. But she had learned long ago to trust the quiet voice within, the instinct that guided her steps, and assured her that this solitary existence, steeped in the wisdom of the earth, was precisely where she was meant to be. The villagers might find her eccentric, but she found a profound and sustaining truth in the rustle of leaves, the song of the wind, and the silent, enduring strength of the ancient woods. As the seasons turned, Thyra continued her solitary existence, a silent testament to the enduring power of nature and the unseen forces that weave through the world. Her days were a gentle rhythm of foraging, preparing remedies, and tending to her small, moss covered cottage. The forest was her sanctuary, its ancient trees her silent counselors, its hidden streams her confidants. She moved through its dappled glades with an innate grace, her senses attuned to the subtlest shifts in the environment, the tremor of a rabbit's nose, the scent of rain on the wind, the delicate unfurling of a fern frond. Her hands, perpetually stained with the earthy hues of roots and leaves, possessed a unique dexterity, capable of coaxing potent remedies from even the most unassuming plants. The villagers of Oakhaven, when they saw her, would offer hesitant smiles and averted gazes, their perception of her a curious blend of respect for her healing skills and wariness of her solitary nature. They saw an oddity, a woman who seemed more at home in the company of silent trees than of her own kind. They could not comprehend the quiet currents of magic that flowed beneath her placid exterior, a nascent power she herself did not fully understand, a power that hummed in her very bones and pulsed in time with the heartbeat of the forest. Her cottage, a small haven of woven branches and moss covered thatch, stood as a solitary sentinel at the edge of the whispering woods, a tangible manifestation of her chosen separation. Inside, the air was thick with the comforting aroma of dried herbs, the organized clutter of her craft, a testament to her meticulous nature. Bunches of sage, valerian, and chamomile hung from the rafters, their earthy scents mingling with the faint, sweet perfume of dried petals. Shelves lined the walls, laden with an array of clay pots and leather pouches, each meticulously labeled with Thyra's precise, flowing script. These were the fruits of her solitary labor, potent salves, soothing tinctures, and invigorating decoctions, all crafted with an intuition that bordered on the supernatural. She felt a profound connection to the plants she worked with, an almost telepathic understanding of their properties and their needs. It was as if the forest itself spoke to her, whispering its secrets through the rustling leaves and the murmuring soil. She could sense the life force within a plant, the vibrant energy that pulsed through its roots and leaves, and when she touched it, that energy flowed into her, a silent exchange that nourished her spirit as much as her remedies nourished the bodies of those who sought her aid. This deep communion with nature, however, often left her feeling adrift in the world of men, the concerns of the villagers, their squabbles over land boundaries, their boasts of hunts, and their anxieties about the changing seasons seemed distant and almost alien to her. She struggled to find common ground, her own internal landscape so richly populated by the silent, enduring presences of the ancient forest. Her quietude was often misinterpreted as aloofness, her introspective nature as a lack of empathy. She yearned for connection, but the bridge between her world and theirs seemed impossibly fragile, often crumbling under the weight of unspoken misunderstandings. There were times, particularly during the hushed twilight hours, when the forest seemed to hold its breath, that Thyra would feel a strange stirring within her, a prickling sensation that ran along her skin like 1,000 tiny sparks. It was as if the very air around her vibrated with an unseen force, a power that coiled and uncoiled within her own being, a silent promise of something more, something vast and untamed. She would often sit by the hearth of her cottage, the firelight dancing on the rough hewn walls, and trace the intricate patterns of the leaves pressed between the pages of her worn herbal texts. It was in these moments, surrounded by the comforting embrace of her solitary world, that she felt the first faint stirrings of a destiny far grander than she could yet comprehend. The forest held its breath, and in that stillness, Thyra felt a nascent power awakening within her, a power that whispered of secrets yet untold, of a path yet to be discovered. The forest was more than just a landscape to Thyra. It was a living, breathing entity, an intricate tapestry of interconnected life that resonated with her very soul. Her days were a testament to this profound bond, a quiet symphony of movement and purpose played out amidst the towering ancient trees. She moved through the dappled sunlight and encroaching shadows with an agility born of years spent navigating the forest's uneven terrain, her bare feet sure on the moss covered earth, her senses attuned to the subtlest shifts in the natural world. Her life was a solitary one, a deliberate choice to exist on the fringes of Oak Haven, a village that seemed to represent a world she could observe but never truly inhabit. The villagers saw her as an enigma, a young woman whose quietude and solitary habits were a source of both fascination and unease. Her skill with herbs was undeniable, her reputation as a healer preceding her even in their hushed conversations. Yet, her preference for the company of ancient oaks and chattering squirrels over human discourse marked her as apart. They attributed her self sufficiency to a peculiar strength, her silence to a deliberate distance, unaware of the subtler currents that flowed beneath her calm exterior. For within Thyra, a nascent power stirred, a burgeoning awareness of the unseen energies that permeated the forest, a power she herself did not yet fully comprehend, a power that seemed to respond to her very presence. Her small cottage, almost entirely subsumed by the encroaching greenery of the woods, was a sanctuary of ordered solitude. Dried herbs hung in fragrant clusters from the rough hewn beams of the ceiling, their earthy scents mingling with the clean aroma of beeswax and the faint, sweet perfume of dried blossoms. Shelves laden with meticulously labeled jars and pouches lined the walls, each containing the fruits of her intimate knowledge of the forest's bounty, potent salves, soothing tinctures, and invigorating decoctions. Her hands, perpetually stained with the rich pigments of the earth, were a testament to her deep communion with the natural world, capable of coaxing life giving remedies from even the most unassuming roots and leaves. This connection, however, often felt like a barrier between her and her own kind. The concerns of Oak Haven, the gossip, the harvest forecasts, the petty squabbles seemed like distant echoes in the vast silence of her forest home. She found it difficult to bridge the gap. Her own inner landscape, so richly populated by the silent wisdom of the trees and the intricate web of life that thrived beneath their ancient canopy. When she did venture into the village to trade her dried herbs for essential supplies, she moved with a quiet grace, her gaze often drifting towards the welcoming darkness of the woods, her thoughts already miles away. The villagers' well meaning questions and curious glances often felt like an intrusion, their attempts at conversation, like pebbles, dropped into the deep well of her solitary thoughts. Yet, her solitude was not a source of bitterness. Instead, it was a fertile ground for the growth of her own unique abilities. She felt the forest's wisdom flowing through her, an intuitive understanding that guided her foraging trips, leading her to plants that others overlooked, plants that held the most potent remedies. It was as if the forest itself communicated with her, its silent language imprinted upon the very fabric of the land, a language she was slowly, instinctively learning to decipher. This deep connection, while isolating her from human society, fostered a profound sense of belonging within the natural world, a feeling that she was an integral part of its grand, enduring design. Even as she embraced this quiet existence, a faint, persistent hum resonated within her, a subtle intimation of a destiny that lay beyond the familiar moss covered paths, a destiny waiting to be revealed. The last vestiges of daylight, like spilled wine, stained the western sky, seeping through the dense, interwoven canopy of the whispering woods. For Thyra, this twilight hour was a sacred stillness, a time when the forest seemed to exhale, its myriad sounds softening into a hushed reverence. She sat with her back against the rough, yielding bark of an ancient oak, its roots anchoring her to the very heart of this verdant realm. The air, cool and scented with damp earth and decaying leaves, usually carried only the familiar symphony of the woods, the rustle of unseen creatures, the whisper of wind through pine needles, the distant murmur of a hidden stream. But tonight, something was different. A new sound, subtle yet insistent, began to weave itself into the forest's familiar chorus. It wasn't a sound that assaulted the ears, but rather one that resonated deep within the bones, a tremor that vibrated through the very earth beneath her. It was a melody, ethereal and impossibly ancient, a siren song spun from threads of forgotten magic. It spoke not in the common tongue of Midgard, but in a language of feeling, of pure, unadulterated emotion that bypassed the intellect and spoke directly to her soul. Thyra's breath hitched. This was no trick of the wind, no echo of a forgotten bird. This was a voice, and it was calling to her. The melody, if it could be called that, was a complex tapestry of yearning and promise. It spoke of places unseen, of powers untamed, of a destiny that stretched far beyond the familiar moss covered paths and the solitary comfort of her cottage. It was a siren song, indeed, not one that lured sailors to their doom upon jagged rocks, but one that beckoned a kindred spirit towards a revelation, a shattering of the self and the world as she knew it. The impulses it sent through her were like invisible threads, tugging at her very being, urging her towards an unknown destination, a pull so potent it felt like gravity itself had shifted, its invisible force now drawing her outwards, away from the familiar, towards the profound mystery that had just announced its presence. Thyra closed her eyes, trying to decipher the nuances of this unheard melody. It was a song of great age, carrying the weight of centuries, perhaps millennia, within its ethereal tones. She felt echoes of it in the deep, resonant hum of the ancient trees, in the quiet strength of the granite outcroppings, in the ceaseless flow of underground springs. It was as if the forest itself had been singing this song all along, a silent hymn to life and magic, and only now, with the awakening of her own latent power, was she finally able to truly hear it. The feeling was overwhelming, a mixture of exhilaration and a deep, primal fear. This was a calling, a summons from a world beyond the mundane, a promise of something more, something vast and untamed. The sensations that accompanied the melody were as potent as the sound itself. It was a warmth spreading through her veins, a tingling awareness that danced across her skin, making each nerve ending sing. It felt like the unlocking of dormant senses, like the opening of doors within her mind that had been sealed for her entire life. The impulses it sent were not merely suggestions, they were directives, subtle but irrefutable nudges that guided her thoughts, her very desires. She felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to move, to follow the invisible current that emanated from the song. It whispered of forgotten lore, of ancient rituals, of a hidden lineage that was finally revealing itself. Her solitary existence, once a comfort and a choice, now felt like a cage, however gilded. The familiar routines of foraging, of tending her small herb garden, of brewing potions by the flickering lamplight seemed to recede into insignificance, replaced by a powerful yearning for the unknown. This new sound, this unheard voice, was a revelation. It suggested that her connection to the forest was deeper than she had ever imagined, that the nascent magic stirring within her was not a mere quirk of her nature, but a response to a call that had been resonating through the world for ages, waiting for someone like her to finally perceive it. The feeling was akin to discovering a secret language, one that had always surrounded her, its grammar and syntax woven into the very fabric of existence, but which she had been unable to comprehend until this very moment. The impulse was to rise, to walk, to follow the direction from which the melody seemed to emanate. It was a pull towards the deepest, most untamed heart of the whispering woods, a place where even Thyra, in all her solitary explorations, had rarely ventured. The ancient trees seemed to lean closer, their branches interlaced like arthritic fingers, as if shielding her from the encroaching darkness, or perhaps as if urging her forward. She imagined the villagers of Oak Haven, engrossed in their daily lives, their minds occupied with the harvest, the weather, the small dramas of their community. They lived in a world of tangible realities, of spoken words and understood customs. They could never hear this. This was a voice meant only for those attuned to the subtle energies of the world, those who walked with one foot in the realm of the seen and another in the realm of the unseen. And Thera, with her quiet communion with the earth and her burgeoning, unexplained abilities, was clearly one of them. The melody began to shift, its tone deepening, becoming more insistent. It spoke of trials to come, of knowledge to be gained, of a purpose that transcended her simple life as a hermit healer. It was a promise of power, not the petty power of command or dominion, but the profound power of understanding, of connection to the ancient, elemental forces that shaped the world. The call was exhilarating, a vibrant thread of destiny being woven into the quiet tapestry of her existence. Yet, the prospect of leaving her familiar solitude, of stepping into the unknown, also stirred a primal fear within her. She had always been comfortable in her isolation, finding solace in the predictable rhythms of nature. The thought of confronting a world that would undoubtedly misunderstand her, that would likely be as wary of her as the villagers of Oak Haven, filled her with a trepidation she hadn't anticipated. But the call was too strong to ignore, the resonance within her too profound to dismiss. It was like a seed finally finding the right conditions to sprout, its potential too great to be contained. The wind, now carrying the melody more clearly, rustled the leaves around her, each whisper a confirmation of the path unfolding before her. It spoke of ancient pacts, of forgotten guardians, of a duty that had lain dormant for generations, awaiting the right moment to awaken. Thyra felt a shiver trace its way down her spine, not of cold, but of anticipation. She was not merely a solitary woman living on the edge of the woods. She was a conduit, a listener, a potential participant in something far grander than she had ever dared to imagine. The impulse to move intensified. It was a physical sensation now, a magnetic pull drawing her deeper into the shadowed depths of the forest. She rose slowly, her movements fluid and unhesitating, as if guided by unseen hands. The oak tree she had been leaning against seemed to sigh, its leaves rustling with a sound that felt like a gentle farewell, or perhaps a blessing. She glanced back towards the faint, distant glow that marked the location of Oakhaven, a world that was already beginning to feel impossibly far away. Her journey began not with a stride, but with a single, purposeful step, then another and another, each movement guided by the unheard melody. The forest floor, usually a familiar carpet of fallen leaves and moss, seemed to shimmer with an ethereal light, the shadows deepening, yet somehow becoming less menacing. The air crackled with an energy that was both invigorating and slightly unnerving. She felt as though she were stepping through a veil, leaving behind the world she knew and entering a realm of ancient, potent magic. The melody grew stronger, its ethereal strains weaving through the dense foliage, leading her onward. It pulsed with a rhythm that mirrored the quickening beat of her own heart. It spoke of kinship, of belonging, of a destiny inextricably linked to the very magic that now pulsed within her. She could feel the forest responding to her passage, the branches bending slightly to clear her path, the moonlight breaking through the canopy in sudden, silver shafts, illuminating her way. It was as if the woods themselves recognized her as one of their own, a child of the earth, finally answering a call that had echoed through its ancient heart for eons. As she ventured deeper, the trees grew larger, their trunks impossibly wide, their branches reaching towards the heavens like gnarled, supplicating arms. The air grew heavy with an ancient stillness, broken only by the pervasive, enchanting melody. Thyra's senses were heightened, her perception sharpened to an almost painful degree. She could feel the subtle currents of energy flowing through the earth, the silent communication between the roots of the trees, the unseen life teeming in the undergrowth. The melody seemed to coalesce into a single resonant point, drawing her towards a clearing bathed in an otherworldly luminescence. It was a place untouched by the mundane world, a sanctuary of primal power. Here, the trees seemed to hum with a latent energy, their leaves shimmering with an inner light. And at the center of the clearing, bathed in the soft glow, was a presence, a focal point of the irresistible melody, a secret waiting to be revealed. Thyra felt her breath catch in her throat, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. The unheard voice had led her to its source, and the true unfolding of her destiny was about to begin. The woods had whispered their secrets, and now she was ready to listen. The unseen melody, a siren's call to her very soul, was no longer just a resonant hum in the air. It had become an insistent tug, a gentle but firm hand guiding her steps. Thyra rose, her movements instinctive, as if an invisible thread had been attached to her heart. and was now being drawn deeper into the shadowed heart of the whispering woods. The last vestiges of twilight were rapidly succumbing to the encroaching night, yet she felt no trepidation. Instead, an otherworldly luminescence began to bloom beneath her feet, a soft, pulsing glow that seemed to emanate from the very earth. It was as if the forest floor had awakened, its hidden life now revealing itself in a breathtaking display of phosphorescent beauty, fungi in a kaleidoscope of ethereal hues, soft blues, vibrant greens, and a delicate, moon-kissed silver dotted the landscape like fallen constellations. These were not the ordinary mushrooms she knew from her foraging trips. These pulsed with an inner light, each cap and stem radiating a gentle luminescence that cast dancing shadows, painting the ancient trees in an ethereal glow. This was her trail, a path woven from pure magic, visible only to her, guided by the unheard melody. She followed it, her boots sinking softly into the mossy ground, each step a surrender to the irresistible current pulling her forward. The air grew cooler, carrying with it the scent of damp earth, ancient wood, and something else, something sweet and intoxicating, like blossoms that only bloomed under the moon. The trees, titans of the forest, seemed to bend their boughs towards her, their branches interlacing overhead to form natural archways, creating a surreal, living corridor through which she passed. It was as if the woods themselves had opened to welcome her, their ancient sentinels acknowledging her presence. With every rustle of leaves, every creak of a branch, Thyra felt a prickling sensation on her skin, the unsettling certainty of being observed. These were not the casual glances of woodland creatures. This was a profound, silent scrutiny, a weighing and assessing of her very being. She imagined the ancient spirits of the wood, the elemental beings that slumbered within the gnarled roots and weathered bark, their awareness now focused upon her. Their silent gaze was unnerving, a palpable presence that seemed to press in from all sides. Yet there was also a strange comfort in it. It was the acknowledgement of something more, of a deeper connection that transcended the physical realm. These were not the eyes of judgment or malice, but of ancient, watchful custodians, guardians of secrets older than the mountains. The luminescence of the fungi intensified as she ventured deeper, casting an otherworldly radiance that pushed back the oppressive darkness. The light was not harsh, but soft and diffused, revealing details of the forest she had never noticed before. The intricate patterns of moss on the bark of a venerable beech, the delicate veins on the underside of a fallen leaf, the silent, patient unfurling of a fern frond. It was as if the very essence of the forest, its hidden vitality, was being revealed in this magical illumination. The trail seemed to lead her away from the familiar paths, towards regions of the whispering woods that even her solitary wanderings had rarely touched. These were the untouched, untamed depths where the trees grew taller, their canopies so dense that they blocked out all but the most determined shafts of moonlight. The melody continued its enchanting symphony, its nuances shifting and evolving. It was no longer a singular song, but a chorus of ethereal voices, each contributing to the overwhelming sense of mystery and anticipation. She felt a profound connection to these sounds, as if they were echoes of her own nascent magic, resonating with the growing power within her. The forest was not merely a backdrop to her journey, It was an active participant, its very life force thrumming in response to her presence. She could feel the sap rising in the ancient trees, the silent conversations of roots beneath the soil, the patient waiting of seeds to sprout. She passed a stream, its waters usually a gentle murmur, but now it seemed to sing a counter melody, its liquid notes intertwining with the ethereal song that guided her. The water itself seemed to shimmer with an inner light, reflecting the luminescence of the fungi on its surface. It was as if every element of the woods was being awakened, responding to the irresistible call that had drawn her from her solitary haven. The air pulsed with an energy that was both invigorating and slightly unnerving, a potent brew of ancient power and burgeoning destiny. The feeling of being watched intensified, coalescing into a distinct awareness of presence. It wasn't a physical sensation, but a psychic resonance, a subtle shift in the fabric of reality. She felt the eyes of unseen entities upon her, not with malice, but with a deep, inherent curiosity. Were these the nature spirits, the dryads and sprites whispered about in old tales, or something more ancient, more primal? They seemed to exist at the periphery of her vision, fleeting glimpses of movement in the dappled light, rustling leaves when there was no wind. Yet their presence felt approving, as if her passage was not an intrusion, but a fulfillment of some long awaited prophecy. The path wound deeper, leading her towards a part of the woods where the trees grew so close together that their branches formed an almost impenetrable wall. Yet the luminous trail continued, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. It was as if the very trees were parting to allow her passage, their ancient limbs shifting, creating a narrow, illuminated passage. The luminescence was now so strong that it seemed to emanate from the very air around her, bathing her in its gentle, unearthly glow. Thyra felt a surge of exhilaration, a sense of belonging that she had never experienced in her solitary life. She reached a point where the trail seemed to vanish, the glowing fungi abruptly ceasing. A moment of disquiet settled over her. Had she lost the path? Was this the end of the magical illumination? But as she paused, the melody shifted again, its tone deepening, becoming richer, more complex. It was as if it was now emanating from a specific point, drawing her gaze forward. And then she saw it, not a continuation of the luminous trail, but something far more profound. Between two colossal oaks, their bark grooved with the wisdom of ages, a curtain of shimmering, opalescent light hung in the air. It rippled and flowed like water, yet it was as intangible as mist. Beyond it, the luminescence was even more intense, hinting at a place of profound magical significance. The melody was strongest here, a powerful, beckoning presence that pulsed with an irresistible energy. Thyra understood. This was the threshold, the gateway to whatever lay at the heart of this ancient call. She hesitated for a fraction of a second. The familiar comfort of her solitary life, the predictable rhythms of her existence, warred with the overwhelming pull of the unknown. The villagers of Oak Haven, with their mundane concerns and their wariness of the wild, would never comprehend this. They would see only darkness, danger, and the unknown. But Thyra felt a different truth resonating within her. This was not danger. This was destiny. This was the unveiling of a heritage, a connection to the ancient, untamed heart of the world that she had only glimpsed in her deepest meditations. Taking a deep breath, she stepped towards the shimmering curtain of light. As her hand reached out, it passed through the opalescent veil as if it were made of moonlight. A wave of pure energy washed over her, a sensation both warm and electric, tingling through her very bones. It was a baptism of magic, an initiation into a realm far older and more profound than she had ever imagined. The unseen eyes of the forest seemed to press closer, their silent scrutiny now tinged with anticipation. They were not merely watching, they were bearing witness. Stepping fully through the veil, Thyra found herself in a clearing, bathed in a soft, perpetual twilight. The air here was alive, not with sound, but with a tangible energy that hummed against her skin. The trees were colossal, their branches adorned with leaves that shimmered with an inner light, casting a gentle, pearlescent glow. At the center of the clearing stood a single, ancient monolith, its surface covered in carvings that seemed to writhe and shift with a life of their own. And radiating from it, filling the clearing with its potent, irresistible song, was the source of the melody. It was not a voice that spoke words, but a symphony of pure emotion, of ancient power, of a forgotten language that bypassed the mind and spoke directly to the soul. Thyra felt tears welling in her eyes, tears not of sadness, but of recognition, of a deep, resonant belonging. The melody was a story, an epic unfolding of the earth, of the stars, of the very essence of magic. It spoke of guardians, of lineage, of a responsibility that had lain dormant for centuries, waiting for her to awaken. The glowing fungi, which had guided her this far, now formed a luminous circle around the monolith, their pulsed light synchronized with the rhythm of the melody. It was a sacred space, untouched by the passage of time, a nexus of ancient power. Thyra felt herself drawn to the monolith, her feet moving as if guided by an invisible force. The carvings on its surface seemed to resonate with the magic stirring within her, the patterns mirroring the nascent power that pulsed in her veins. As she drew closer, the melody intensified, its notes weaving a tapestry of light and sound that seemed to wrap around her, enfolding her in its embrace. She could feel the forest spirits drawing nearer, their presence no longer a distant observation, but a tangible closeness. They communicated not with words, but with impressions, with feelings, a sense of welcome, of ancient knowledge shared, of a sacred trust bestowed. The monolith pulsed with a soft, internal light, and as Thyra reached out to touch its cool, ancient surface, the carvings seemed to glow in response. The melody swelled, reaching a crescendo that vibrated through every fiber of her being. It was a moment of profound revelation, of connection to something vast and eternal. The whispers of the woods, the unheard melody, had led her not just to a place, but to a truth. Her solitude had been a preparation, her burgeoning magic a key. She was not merely Thyra, the hermit healer. She was a listener, a chosen one, a conduit for the ancient powers that flowed through the very heart of the whispering woods. The journey had just begun, and the echoes of the melody promised a path paved with both wonder and immense challenge, a path that would redefine her existence and the very nature of the world she thought she knew. The luminous trail had led her to the heart of the mystery, and in that heart she found not an end, but a beginning. The silent scrutiny of the unseen entities was now a shared vigil, a silent acknowledgement that the ancient song had found its voice in her. The veil of light, a shimmering gateway to the unknown, had receded behind her, leaving Thyre standing on the precipice of a profound transformation. The air in this new realm was different, imbued with a stillness that was not merely the absence of sound, but a palpable presence. The vibrant luminescence that had guided her, the ethereal glow of the enchanted fungi, now seemed to pulse with a softer, more ancient light, reflecting off surfaces that were neither stone nor wood, but something in between, aged, imbued with an intrinsic energy. The trees here were of a scale that dwarfed even the ancient oaks she had passed. Their bark was a tapestry of silvery patterns, laced with veins of faint inner light that pulsed in time with a rhythm too subtle to be heard, yet deeply felt. Each leaf was a miniature stained glass window, catching the diffused luminescence and casting intricate, ever shifting patterns on the mossy, yielding ground. This was the silent grove, a sanctuary of primordial energy, a place where the very essence of the forest had been muted, creating a sacred space untouched by the mundane world. As Thyra took her first tentative steps into this hushed expanse, the familiar sounds of the forest, the distant chirping of birds, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, the gentle sigh of wind through leaves, began to recede. They didn't simply fade, they were absorbed, swallowed by an overwhelming and profound silence. It was not an empty silence, but one filled with a different kind of presence, an almost tangible stillness that spoke of ages past, the vibrant symphony of life that usually underscored her existence in the woods had been deliberately muted, as if the forest itself had drawn a breath and held it. The transition was startling, a sudden immersion into a void of sound that was both disorienting and strangely calming. Her own footsteps, usually a soft crunch on the forest floor, were now absorbed by the yielding moss, creating no discernible sound. It was as if she were treading on a carpet woven from moonlight and stillness. This profound quietude was unnerving, a stark contrast to the subtle music that had drawn her here. Yet it also felt deeply resonant, as if the absence of noise amplified an inner knowing, a connection to the core of this ancient place. She found herself standing at the edge of a clearing, not a break in the trees as she might have expected, but an expanse where the colossal trees, their trunks impossibly wide, drew back slightly, creating a vast, circular sanctuary. At the heart of this clearing stood not a monolith, as she had glimpsed through the veil, but a formation of crystalline structures, like giant, iridescent shards thrusting from the earth. They pulsed with a soft, internal light, a kaleidoscope of colors that shifted and swirled within their depths, casting an unearthly glow that softened the edges of everything. This light was the source of the muted luminescence that now bathed the silent grove. It was a light that didn't illuminate as much as it revealed, hinting at the profound energies contained within this sanctuary. The air here was thick with an almost palpable energy, a hum that resonated not in her ears, but in her very bones. It felt ancient, primal, a concentrated essence of the forest's deep magic. The silence was the most striking aspect. It was a silence that felt deliberate, a sacred hush imposed by something far older than the trees. Thyra strained her ears, trying to catch even the faintest whisper, the smallest breath of sound, but there was nothing. The usual symphony of the wild, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of insects, the distant calls of animals, had vanished. It was as if the forest had drawn a deep, collective breath and held it, creating a vacuum of noise that amplified the thrumming energy she felt within her. This profound quietude wasn't empty, it was full, pregnant with unspoken power. It felt like stepping into a vast, ancient cathedral, where the usual cacophony of the world was muted to allow for a deeper communion with something sacred. She could feel her own heartbeat in her ears, a surprisingly loud intrusion in this hushed realm, and she instinctively slowed her breathing, trying to attune herself to the rhythm of the grove. As she ventured further into the clearing, the crystalline formations seemed to draw her in. They were not static, their internal light ebbed and flowed, casting shifting patterns on the ground, creating an illusion of movement. The colors within them were unlike anything she had ever seen, a blend of deep violets, emerald greens, and sapphire blues, all infused with a pearlescent sheen. It was as if the very essence of the forest's life force had been crystallized, captured and held in these majestic shards. She reached out a hand, drawn by an irresistible curiosity, her fingers hovering inches from the nearest crystal. A faint warmth emanated from it, a gentle pulse of energy that seemed to mirror the thrumming within her own chest. The ground beneath her feet was not soil, but a thick, velvety moss, an impossibly deep emerald green, interwoven with strands of silver that glowed faintly. It absorbed her weight, making her movements silent and graceful, as if the grove itself was guiding her steps, cushioning her passage. The trees surrounding the clearing were different from any she knew. Their bark was smooth, almost polished, and laced with luminous, silvery veins that pulsed with a soft internal light. Their branches, impossibly high, intertwined overhead to form a living canopy, filtering the diffused glow from the crystals, creating an atmosphere of perpetual twilight. There were no undergrowth plants, no fallen leaves, no signs of decay or the usual cycle of life and death. It was a place of preserved, potent energy, a sanctuary that existed outside the normal flow of time. A sense of profound peace, tinged with awe, settled over Thyra. The overwhelming silence, rather than being oppressive, felt like a welcome respite, a cleansing of the mind and spirit. In this stillness, the whispers that had guided her, the unheard melody, seemed to coalesce into a more distinct presence, a guiding force that now resonated from the very heart of the grove. She felt a deep sense of belonging, a connection to this place that transcended mere familiarity. It was as if she had finally returned to a home she had never known, a place her soul had always yearned for. The scrutiny of the unseen entities, which had been so palpable in the outer woods, now felt different, less like observation and more like a quiet acknowledgement, a silent welcome from the ancient guardians of this sacred space. She moved towards the center of the clearing, drawn by an unseen current. The crystalline formations seemed to converge, their light intensifying, their colors deepening. As she approached, she could discern intricate patterns etched into their surfaces, not carved, but seemingly grown within the crystal itself. These patterns were fluid, ever changing, like captured starlight or the intricate dance of flowing water. They resonated with the nascent magic within her, silent language that spoke directly to her awakening senses. She felt a profound connection to these ancient forms, a recognition of a shared heritage that stretched back to the very dawn of creation. The silence of the grove was not merely an absence of sound, It was a presence in itself. It was a stillness that allowed for a deeper perception, a more profound understanding. Thyra realized that the absence of external noise forced her to listen to the internal symphony, the rising tide of magic within her. The melody that had drawn her here, the unheard song, was now amplified, its nuances clearer, its power more potent. It was as if the grove was a resonant chamber, amplifying the very essence of her being. She closed her eyes, allowing the stillness to wash over her, to permeate her very soul. The world outside, with its concerns and its familiar sounds, faded into insignificance. Here, in the silent grove, only the ancient magic and her own burgeoning power mattered. She opened her eyes and looked at the crystalline structures again. They were not merely objects of beauty, they were conduits, reservoirs of the forest's primordial energy. The light within them was not just illumination, it was life, a concentrated essence of vitality that permeated the entire grove. She felt an urge to touch them, to commune with the power they held, but a gentle instinct held her back. This was not a place for hasty actions or intrusion. It was a sanctuary, and like any sacred space, it demanded reverence and patience. The light from the crystals cast no shadows. Instead, it diffused evenly, creating a soft, ethereal glow that permeated the air. This was a realm where the usual laws of light and form seemed to bend and warp. The trees, impossibly tall, did not cast a conventional shadow. Their luminous veins pulsed rhythmically, a slow, steady beat that mirrored the subtle thrumming she felt within herself. It was as if the entire grove was alive, a single, vast organism pulsating with ancient power. Thyra felt a sense of profound interconnectedness, a realization that she was not merely an observer, but a part of this living tapestry. She noticed, for the first time, that the mossy ground was not uniform. In places, it was interspersed with delicate silver ferns, their fronds unfurling with a slow, deliberate grace, and with small, crystalline flowers that pulsed with a soft, inner light, mirroring the larger formations at the heart of the grove. These were not the glowing fungi that had guided her, but a different manifestation of the grove's inherent magic, a subtler, more delicate beauty. They bloomed in silent testament to the life force that permeated this place, a life force that seemed to welcome her, to recognize her as one of its own. The silence of the grove was not absolute, she realized. It was a silence layered with the subtlest of vibrations, a low, resonant hum that felt like the earth's own heartbeat. This hum was the essence of the melody, the unheard song that had drawn her here, now stripped of its outward expression and revealed in its raw, potent form. It resonated with her own core, stirring dormant energies, awakening a power that had lain within her for as long as she could remember. She felt a pull, a gentle but insistent tug, drawing her deeper into the clearing, towards the heart of the crystalline cluster. As she moved, the air grew cooler, carrying with it a scent that was both familiar and utterly alien, the clean, crisp scent of rain on ancient stone, mingled with the faint, sweet perfume of blossoms that bloomed only in the deepest night. It was an intoxicating aroma, one that spoke of purity, of timelessness, of a magic untainted by the outside world. She felt a sense of profound clarity, her thoughts unburdened by the usual distractions of everyday life. The worries and concerns that had sometimes shadowed her solitary existence seemed to melt away in this pristine atmosphere. leaving only a sense of wonder and anticipation. She was now standing at the very center of the grove, directly before the largest of the crystalline formations. It rose before her like a colossal beacon, its facets catching and refracting the diffused light, creating a dazzling display of internal color. The patterns etched into its surface were more intricate here, more vibrant, and as she gazed into their depths, she felt a dizzying sense of perspective, as if she were looking into the very heart of creation. The thrumming energy intensified, pulsing through her, awakening dormant senses. She could feel the ancient trees around her, their silent presence a comforting embrace, their luminous veins pulsing in rhythm with her own awakening. The very air seemed to crackle with latent power. The melody, which had been a subtle undertone, now swelled, not in volume, but in intensity. It was a pure, resonant note that vibrated through every cell of her being, a soundless song that spoke of ages, of journeys, of a purpose yet to be fully revealed. It was a language of pure emotion, of ancient knowing, and it resonated with a deep, forgotten part of her soul. She felt tears welling in her eyes, not of sadness, but of profound recognition, of a homecoming she had never consciously anticipated. This was the source, the heart of the magic, and she was inextricably connected to it. The silent grove was not just a place, it was an awakening. Her solitary life in Oak Haven, her quiet existence as a hermit healer, had been a preparation. The whispers of the woods, the unheard melody, had been a call to this place, to this moment. She was no longer just Thyra, the woman who lived on the edge of the whispering woods. She was something more, something intrinsically linked to the ancient heart of this silent, luminous realm. The watchful eyes, the unseen spirits, were no longer distant observers. They were now a silent, supportive presence, bearing witness to her arrival, to her acceptance of the destiny that pulsed within the very core of the silent grove. The journey into the heart of the woods had led her not to an ending, but to a profound and potent beginning. The silence was her teacher, the light her guide, and the burgeoning magic within her, the key to unlocking secrets far older than the whispering trees themselves. The air, once merely still, now thrummed with a more concentrated energy, drawing Thyra deeper into the clearing. As she approached the heart of the crystalline formations, a focal point of the grove's radiant luminescence, her gaze fell upon something that stole her breath. It was not a monolith, as she had first glimpsed, nor simply more of the pulsating crystals, but a colossal, living root, thicker than the mightiest oak she had ever encountered. It emerged from the impossibly soft, mossy ground, twisting upwards like a petrified serpent of pure energy, its surface a tapestry of luminous, ever-shifting runes. These were not mere etchings, they pulsed with an inner light, throbbing with a slow, rhythmic beat that mirrored the growing resonance within her own chest. The colors within the runes shifted through hues of deep amethyst, emerald, and sapphire, occasionally flaring with a blinding white light before receding into a soft, internal glow. It was the nexus, the very heartwood of this ancient sanctuary, a conduit for the profound magic that permeated the silent grove. Standing sentinel on either side of this magnificent living root were two ravens, creatures of impossible grandeur. Their obsidian feathers shimmered with an iridescent sheen, catching the diffused light and reflecting it in a thousand subtle shades of midnight blue and deep violet. They were unnervingly still, their forms perfectly integrated into the ethereal landscape, appearing as extensions of the ancient magic itself. Their eyes, dark and fathomless, were like pools of ancient wisdom, fixed upon Thyra with an intensity that spoke not of judgment, but of profound, ancient recognition. These were not mere birds. They were guardians, beings imbued with the essence of this sacred place, silent sentinels of the Nexus. Their presence exuded an aura of timeless guardianship, a palpable sense of watchfulness that had spanned epochs. They were the threshold keepers, and their silent, unwavering watch seemed to acknowledge Thyra's arrival, a testament to the grove's profound significance and her own acceptance into its ancient embrace. The sheer scale of the root was overwhelming, its girth suggesting a lineage that stretched back to the very genesis of the Whispering Woods. It was a conduit, a living artery connecting the deepest, most primal forces of the earth to the luminous heart of the grove. The runes etched into its surface were a language Thyra could not consciously comprehend, yet their intricate patterns resonated deeply within her, echoing the nascent magic awakening within her soul. They pulsed with a silent symphony of power, each flicker of light a word, each subtle shift in color a sentence in a narrative older than time. She felt an inexplicable pull towards the root, a yearning to understand the secrets it held, to decipher the glyphs that throbbed with such potent energy. It was as if the root was speaking directly to her, not with sound, but with pure, unadulterated magic, a language that bypassed the ears and spoke directly to the spirit. The ravens, though utterly immobile, seemed to emanate a subtle awareness, their ancient eyes tracking Thyra's every movement. There was no aggression in their gaze, only a profound, passive observation, an acceptance of her presence. They were not to be commanded nor appeased, but simply acknowledged as the ancient wardens they were. Their stillness was a testament to their immense power, the kind of power that needed no outward display, no aggressive posturing. It was a quiet, inherent authority, a certainty born of millennia of vigil. Thyra felt a deep respect bloom within her, a silent acknowledgement of their role as the first line of defense, the keepers of this sacred threshold. Their obsidian feathers seemed to absorb the very light of the grove, yet their eyes remained luminous, beacons of ancient knowledge. As Thyra drew closer to the root, the thrumming intensified, vibrating not just through the ground, but through her very bones. The air around the nexus was noticeably cooler, carrying a faint scent of ozone mixed with the rich, earthy aroma of deep, undisturbed soil. The luminous runes on the root's surface shifted in intensity, some flaring brightly, as if in greeting, others dimming slightly, as if in contemplation. It was as if the root itself was a sentient entity, reacting to her presence, assessing her worthiness. She reached out a tentative hand, her fingers trembling slightly, drawn by an irresistible force. As her fingertips brushed against the root's smooth, cool surface, a surge of energy, clean and invigorating, coursed through her. It was not overwhelming, but rather a gentle affirmation, a confirmation of her connection to this place. The ravens remained steadfast, their gaze unwavering. One of them tilted its head slightly, a subtle movement that nonetheless conveyed immense intelligence and ancient awareness. It felt as though the birds were not merely watching her, but communicating with her on a level beyond words. Thyra met the raven's gaze, a silent dialogue passing between them. She felt a sense of ancient trust, a reassurance that she was not an intruder, but a welcome guest, albeit one who had a role to play. The silence of the grove, which had initially been so disorienting, now felt like a shared understanding, a common language spoken between herself, the ravens, and the living root. She looked back at the ravens, their obsidian plumage a stark contrast to the luminous glow of the root and the ethereal light of the grove. They were symbols of mystery, of wisdom, of the untamed wildness that had always called to her. They were the guardians, the keepers of the threshold, and their very presence lent an air of profound sanctity to the nexus. They were woven into the fabric of this place, as much a part of it as the ancient trees and the pulsating crystals. Their silence was not an absence of communication, but a deeper form of it, a communion of spirits that transcended the need for spoken words. The luminous runes on the root surface seemed to form patterns, coalescing into symbols that felt both alien and deeply familiar. They spoke of cycles, of growth, of the deep, interconnected web of life that sustained this hidden realm. Thyra felt a surge of understanding, a glimpse into the profound wisdom held within the root. It was as if the knowledge of ages was being imparted to her, not through instruction, but through sheer, potent immersion. She could feel the life force of the entire grove flowing through this colossal root, a testament to the earth's raw, untamed power. As she continued to gaze upon the nexus, she noticed that the ravens were not merely still. They were actively engaged in a silent vigil. Their eyes seemed to scan the perimeter of the clearing, their subtle shifts in focus indicating an awareness of something beyond the immediate vicinity. It was a constant, unblinking watch, a testament to their dedication to their role as guardians. They were the gatekeepers, and their presence ensured the sanctity of this powerful place. Thyra felt a sense of profound gratitude for their silent protection, a realization that she was being allowed to witness something truly extraordinary, a glimpse into the heart of the Whispering Wood's deepest magic. The light from the runes cast shifting patterns across the raven's feathers, momentarily illuminating them in hues of emerald and sapphire. It was a fleeting dance of light and shadow, a visual representation of the ancient energies at play. The ravens, however, remained unperturbed, their stoic presence a constant in the ever changing luminescence. They were the anchor in this realm of ethereal light and pulsating energy, their unwavering vigilance a comforting constant. Thyra felt a kinship with these magnificent creatures, a shared understanding of the quiet strength that lay in observation and presence. They were, in their own way, as much a part of the grove's awakening as she was. She could feel the resonance of the root within her, a deep, cellular hum that harmonized with the burgeoning magic of her own being. It was a feeling of profound belonging, as if she had finally come home to a place her soul had always recognized. The ravens, in their silent watch, seemed to affirm this connection, their ancient eyes holding a depth of understanding that spoke of a destiny intertwined with this very place. They were the echoes of a time when magic flowed more freely, when the lines between worlds were blurred, and they served as living testaments to that ancient era. The silence of the grove was not merely an absence of sound, it was a symphony of subtle energies, a vibrant tapestry of existence that was best perceived through a heightened state of awareness. The ravens, with their profound stillness and piercing gaze, were masters of this silent language. They communicated not through cause or cries, but through presence, through the intensity of their watch, through the sheer gravitas they exuded. Thyra, in turn, felt her own senses expanding, her perception deepening, allowing her to truly appreciate the subtle nuances of this sacred space. The raw power emanating from the root was not meant to be understood through logic, but felt through intuition, through a direct connection to the primal forces of natures. She looked at the ravens again. Their obsidian forms a stark silhouette against the luminous backdrop of the silent grove. They were more than just guardians. They were embodiments of the ancient wisdom that permeated this sanctuary. Their stillness was a meditation, their gaze a silent question, their presence a powerful statement. Thyra felt a profound sense of peace settle over her, a quiet assurance that she was in the right place, at the right time, under the watchful eyes of these magnificent, timeless sentinels. The journey into the heart of the Whispering Woods had indeed led her to a place of profound revelation, a sanctuary where the deepest magic of the world pulsed with an ancient, unwavering heart. The ravens, silent and majestic, were the keys to understanding the true nature of this awakened power, the keepers of secrets that were now beginning to unfurl before her very eyes. The realization settled upon Thera not as a sudden epiphany, but as a slow, unfolding awareness, as if the very air she breathed was laced with forgotten truths. The grove was not merely a sanctuary, nor a place of potent natural magic. It was a forgotten artery, a hidden limb of something immeasurably vaster, a pulsating nexus connected to the very lifeblood of Midgard itself, the colossal root throbbing with an energy that resonated deep within her very marrow, was not just a part of this grove. It was a fragment, a living tendril of Yggdrasil, the world tree, the anchor of all existence. The scale of this revelation was almost too immense to grasp, a truth that dwarfed the whispered legends and ancient lore she had only ever encountered in fragmented texts and half forgotten songs. Yggdrasil, the very name was a symphony of primordial power. She had always thought of it as a myth, a grand allegory of the cosmos, a symbol of interconnectedness. But here, before her, was tangible proof. This grove, this clearing bathed in ethereal light, was a lost extension, a secret chamber within the colossal being of the world tree. The root before her, thicker than any mountain, pulsed with the raw, untamed energy of creation, a living monument to the planet's ancient origins, a testament to a time when the veil between worlds was thinner and the great forces that shaped existence were more readily felt. The luminous runes etched into its bark were not mere markings. They were conduits of ancient knowledge, humming with the power of forgotten ages, whispers from the dawn of time. Each flicker of light, each subtle shift in hue, spoke of cosmic cycles, of the birth and death of stars, of the very weaving of reality. The ravens, those magnificent obsidian sentinels, seemed to confirm this profound truth. Their impassive, ancient eyes held a wisdom that transcended mere observation. They were the keepers of a lineage, the silent witnesses to epochs of Yggdrasil's silent, constant growth and influence. They understood. They had always understood. Their stillness was not emptiness, but a profound presence, an awareness of the interconnectedness that flowed through this sacred space. They were part of the tree's consciousness, its ancient awareness given form, and they recognized her, not as an intruder, but as something more, a catalyst, perhaps, or perhaps an echo of a lost connection. Thyra's gaze swept across the grove, and now, with this newfound understanding, the subtle nuances of the place spoke to her with a clarity she had never possessed before. The crystalline formations weren't merely geological wonders, they were the hardened sap of Yggdrasil, solidified moments in its timeless existence, radiating the stored energy of eons. The soft moss underfoot was more than just vegetation, it was the living skin of the earth, nourished by the slow, steady pulse of the world tree's roots, a gentle cradle for its hidden strength. The air itself, once just still and charged, now felt alive with a subtle vibration, a harmonic resonance that mimicked the slow, deliberate heartbeat of the colossal root. It was the song of Midgard, sung through the ancient heartwood of its divine anchor. She stepped closer to the root, her heart a drumbeat in the profound silence. The runes shimmered, their internal light intensifying, as if acknowledging her proximity and her burgeoning comprehension. She reached out again, her fingers tracing the cool, smooth surface. This time, the connection was different. It wasn't just a gentle affirmation, it was an invitation. A current, warm and potent, flowed from the root, not just into her hand, but through her entire being, awakening dormant pathways within her soul. It felt like a river of pure life, a concentrated essence of everything that was and ever would be, flowing into her, merging with her own nascent magic. The runes seemed to coalesce, their patterns resolving into images, into visions that flashed through her mind with startling speed. She saw the world tree in its entirety, its branches stretching across the cosmic void, its roots delving into the deepest realms of existence. She saw its immense, silent journey through time, its unyielding strength in the face of cosmic storms and celestial shifts. She saw the myriad worlds it supported, the diverse life forms that drew sustenance from its infinite bounty, and she saw her own world, Midgard, cradled within its vast embrace, its very essence inextricably bound to the tree. This grove, this single, colossal root, was a profound connection point, a place where the sheer, unadulterated power of Yggdrasil could be directly accessed, a secret artery that still pulsed with the vigor of creation. The ravens shifted, their dark eyes locking with hers. One of them ruffled its iridescent feathers, a movement that seemed to carry a weight of ancient knowledge. There was a sense of communication in their stillness, a shared understanding that transcended the need for words. They were not merely guardians, they were conduits of Yggdrasil's will, ancient beings intrinsically linked to its consciousness. Their presence here, beside this sacred root, was a testament to the grove's purpose, its role as a place of deep communion with the world tree. As Thyra absorbed the influx of information, she realized the magnitude of her discovery. This wasn't just a hidden grove, it was a sacred artery of Yggdrasil, a place where the lifeblood of Midgard flowed, a forgotten conduit to the very origins of the world. The sheer power emanating from the root was overwhelming, yet it was also incredibly grounding. It spoke of stability, of an enduring strength that had weathered countless ages. The runes were not merely symbols, they were a living language, a repository of cosmic wisdom, a direct link to the primal forces that had shaped reality. This sacred space, a hidden artery of the world, had chosen to awaken, and its chosen emissary, the one who stood before it, was herself. The weight of this realization settled upon her, a mantle of responsibility. She was not just a curious traveler, she was now intrinsically linked to this nexus, a part of its awakening. The grove had called to her, drawn her here, not by chance, but by design. The magic that had been stirring within her, the nascent abilities she'd only begun to explore, now felt like a reflection of the power pulsing through this colossal root. It was as if Yggdrasil itself had recognized a kindred spirit, an echo of its own ancient vitality within her. She focused on the runes again, attempting to decipher their meaning. While she couldn't consciously translate them, she could feel their essence, their intent. They spoke of balance, of interconnectedness, of the cyclical nature of life and death, growth and decay. They conveyed the profound harmony that existed within the world tree, a complex, intricate web of existence where every element played a crucial role. She felt a surge of understanding, a deep, intuitive grasp of these concepts, as if the knowledge was being imprinted directly onto her soul. It was a profound lesson in the interconnectedness of all things, a realization that the fate of the smallest creature was tied to the well being of the mightiest cosmic entity. The ravens, as if sensing her concentration, moved in subtle unison, their heads turned slightly, their obsidian eyes fixed on her with an intensity that conveyed a silent understanding. They were acknowledging her progress, her growing connection to the grove, and, by extension, to Yggdrasil. Their presence was a constant, reassuring reminder of the ancient forces at play, the guardians who had watched over this sacred place for millennia. They were the living embodiment of the tree's steadfast vigilance, its unwavering commitment to maintaining the balance of existence. Thyra continued to explore the energies of the root, her senses attuned to its subtle vibrations. She could feel the immense pressure of the earth pressing down, counterbalanced by the upward surge of life force reaching towards the heavens. It was a constant, dynamic interplay, a perfect equilibrium that sustained the world tree, and by extension, all of existence. She felt the flow of sap, thick with concentrated magic, moving through the vast, unseen network of roots that spread out from this point, reaching into every corner of Midgard, drawing nourishment from the very core of the planet. This was the lifeblood of her world, flowing through this ancient conduit, a direct connection to the primordial energies that had birthed the cosmos. The luminescence of the runes seemed to deepen, their glow taking on a more vibrant hue. It was as if the root was responding to her heightened awareness, its ancient heart beating in rhythm with her own awakening spirit. She felt a profound sense of belonging, a deep-seated certainty that she was meant to be here, that her path had led her to this sacred place for a reason. The whispers of ancient knowledge that had once seemed distant and fragmented now felt intimately close, accessible, and understandable. She was not merely an observer, she was becoming a participant in the grand, unfolding narrative of Yggdrasil. The ravens, in their silent wisdom, seemed to be guiding her understanding, their gaze encouraging her to delve deeper into the mysteries of the root. They were the living embodiment of the world tree's ancient consciousness, its deep, abiding connection to the natural world. Their presence was a constant reminder of the profound symbiosis that existed between all living things, a concept that was now becoming undeniably clear to Thyra. Every leaf, every stone, every creature was a thread in the vast tapestry of Yggdrasil's existence. She felt a new understanding bloom within her, a comprehension of the cyclical nature of magic itself. Yggdrasil was not a static entity. It was a living, breathing organism, constantly growing, evolving, and interacting with the worlds it supported. Its power waxed and waned, its influence shifting with the cosmic tides. And at certain points, at certain sacred junctures, like this grove, its energy coalesced, becoming more potent, more accessible. This was one such time. This was a moment of profound convergence, a confluence of ancient power and burgeoning destiny. The sheer scale of Yggdrasil's influence was humbling. It was the axis upon which all reality turned, the foundation upon which the myriad realms were built. And here, in this hidden grove, was a direct, tangible connection to its heart. The raw, untamed energy of creation pulsed through the root, a testament to the boundless power that sustained existence. Thyra felt a sense of awe wash over her, a profound reverence for the ancient forces that had shaped her world. This was not just a discovery, it was a revelation that would forever alter her perception of reality. She looked at the ravens, their silent vigil, a testament to their unwavering dedication. They were the ancient wardens, the keepers of this sacred nexus, and their presence was a silent affirmation of its profound significance. Their obsidian eyes, like pools of starlight, seemed to hold the secrets of the cosmos, the wisdom of ages distilled into their unwavering gaze. Thyra felt a surge of gratitude for their silent companionship, for the unspoken guidance they offered. They were not merely birds, they were beings of immense power and ancient knowledge, intricately woven into the very fabric of Yggdrasil's existence. As she stood before the pulsating root, Thyra felt a sense of destiny unfurling within her. This grove, this forgotten extension of Yggdrasil, had not chosen her by accident. It had recognized something within her, a resonance, a potential that mirrored its own ancient vitality. She was meant to be here, to be the bridge between this forgotten nexus and the world beyond. The raw, untamed energy of creation that pulsed through the root was now beginning to flow through her, awakening her own dormant power, preparing her for the tasks that lay ahead. The journey into the heart of the whispering woods had led her to the very heart of the world, and in that heart she had found her own nascent strength. The runes on the root, no longer just luminous markings, were now a language of power she was slowly beginning to understand, a testament to the enduring might of Yggdrasil and the profound magic that lay dormant within the heart of Midgard, waiting for its moment to bloom. The ravens, silent and majestic, were the living echoes of that ancient might, the keys to unlocking the deeper mysteries of this awakened power. And Thyra, standing before them, felt the first stirrings of her own grand purpose. The air thrummed, not with sound, but with a palpable resonance that vibrated through Thyra's bones, a symphony of ages playing out within her very being. The initial shock of connection to the colossal root of Yggdrasil had subsided, replaced by a profound, almost overwhelming influx of sensory experience. It was as if the ancient wood had become a living conduit, not just of power, but of memory, as her fingers, tentative yet resolute, grazed the impossibly warm, living bark. The grove around her seemed to exhale, and the world within her mind shifted, becoming a canvas upon which the elder days were painted with vivid, unfaltering clarity. Visions, sharp and stark, burst forth. She saw not static images, but dynamic, unfolding events imbued with the raw emotion and potent forces of their time. The first was a cacophony of primordial power, the earth itself groaning as colossal beings strode across the nascent landscape. These were not mere mortals, nor the lesser spirits she had encountered in her studies. These were the elder giants, beings of immense stature and raw, elemental might, their footsteps shaking the very foundations of the world. She felt the primal hunger in their forms, the desire to shape and conquer, to impose their will upon a world still in its forming. Their immense forms, etched against skies that bled with the colors of creation's dawn, cast shadows that dwarfed mountains, yet unborn. Their voices, when they roared, were the sound of grinding stone and rending earth, a language of sheer, unadulterated force. They were the architects of the primal world, their existence a testament to the untamed energies that had birthed Midgard. Then the scene fractured, shards of memory reassembling into a different, equally monumental tableau. This was the realm of the Aesir, the gods, their arrival marked by a blinding brilliance that rivaled the nascent sun. She saw Odin, his one eye a fathomless depth of wisdom and cosmic ambition, his presence a vortex of power. He strode with a gravity that spoke of eons of contemplation, his gaze sweeping across the land, assessing, planning, weaving the intricate threads of destiny. Beside him walked Thor, the embodiment of thunder and strength, his hammer, Mjolnir, a celestial beacon, crackling with captured lightning. The sheer aura of their presence was intoxicating, a blend of divine authority and fierce protectiveness. They were the shapers of order, the bringers of civilization, their power a counterpoint to the giants' raw might. These visions were not mere passive observation. Thyra felt the echoes of their emotions, the fierce pride of the Aesir as they established their dominion, the deep, resonant pride of the giants as they fought to reclaim their primordial birthright. She felt the clash, not just of steel and bone, but of fundamental ideologies, of creation versus chaos, order versus the untamed wild. The air around the root seemed to thicken with the residue of these titanic struggles. The very sap coursing through Yggdrasil's veins, imbued with the triumphs and the tragedies of those early conflicts. The memories shifted again, coalescing around moments of profound cosmic significance. She witnessed the forging of ancient pacts, solemn oaths sworn between beings of immense power, their words resonating with the weight of eternity. She saw the creation of the very cosmos as she knew it, the celestial beings, the Valkyries of the stars, and the spirits of the void, weaving the intricate tapestry of existence. Their hands, luminous and swift, moved with an impossible grace, spinning nebulae into stars, coaxing life from cosmic dust. It was a dance of creation, a ballet of celestial bodies, all orchestrated by forces that transcended mortal comprehension. The runes on a root pulsed in time with these cosmic events, their light intensifying as if mirroring the grand symphony of creation playing out within her mind. Then, a darker memory, sharp and laced with a bitter tang of betrayal. She saw the forging of broken oaths, the whispers of treachery that echo through the halls of the gods and the subterranean realms of the giants. She felt the sting of deception, the gnawing resentment that festered when trust was shattered, when ancient alliances were twisted and perverted. It was a stark reminder that even amongst beings of such immense power, mortality, in its most profound sense, could still find a foothold, fueled by ambition, pride, and the corrosive nature of mistrust. The raw energy of these memories pulsed through her, a testament to the enduring power of both loyalty and betrayal, forces that had shaped the very fabric of the world. Thyra felt the weight of these memories pressing down upon her, a burden and a gift. These were not mere historical accounts. They were the living essence of Midgard, the foundational moments that had sculpted her world. They were imprinted upon the very essence of this grove, resonating through the colossal root of Yggdrasil, a testament to its omnipresent influence. She understood now that the world tree was not merely an anchor, it was a living archive, a repository of all that had ever been and all that was yet to come. Each vibration from the root was a pulse from this vast cosmic memory bank, and she, standing here, was now privy to its deepest secrets. The ravens, perched on the gnarled branches overhead, shifted their weight, their obsidian eyes fixed upon her with an unnerving intensity. They were not mere birds, they were ancient sentinels, imbued with a knowledge that predated even the oldest mortal tongues. Their stillness was a profound testament to their role as witnesses, keepers of these immeasurable truths. One of them let out a low, guttural croak, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of ages, a confirmation of the visions unfolding within her. It was as if they were acknowledging her burgeoning comprehension, her right to witness these echoes of the elder days. The visions continued to flow, each one more profound than the last. She saw the shaping of the lands, the mountains pushed skyward by the immense strength of the giants, their rough-hewn power carving valleys and fjords. She saw the rivers guided into their courses by the more deliberate, ordered magic of the gods, their waters bringing life and sustenance to the burgeoning world. She felt the earth tremble as the roots of Yggdrasil, unseen but ever present, anchored themselves deep within the core of Midgard, drawing sustenance from its fiery heart and extending their reach to every corner of existence. This grove, this specific location, was a nexus, a point where the immense, hidden network of the world tree's roots touched the surface with a palpable, concentrated power. She saw the first stirrings of life, the delicate tendrils of vegetation pushing through the soil, nurtured by the life-giving energies of Yggdrasil. She witnessed the creation of the first animals, their forms guided by the celestial weavers, their instincts shaped by the primordial forces that flowed through the world tree. Each creature, from the smallest insect to the largest beast, was a thread in the grand tapestry of existence, all connected, all drawing life from the same singular source. The sheer interconnectedness of it all was breathtaking, a complex, interwoven system of life and energy, all radiating from the colossal, silent presence of Yggdrasil. The luminous runes on the root pulsed with an even greater intensity, their light no longer just a glow, but a cascade of moving symbols, each one a fragment of ancient knowledge, a glyph of cosmic significance. Thyra found herself instinctively understanding their meaning, not through translation, but through a direct communion of spirit. They spoke of balance, of the essential equilibrium that sustained all life. They spoke of the cyclical nature of existence, of the ebb and flow of power, of the eternal dance between creation and destruction. life and death. They whispered of the interconnectedness of all things, of how the smallest action could have repercussions that rippled through the vast expanse of creation. She saw the celestial beings again, not just shaping the physical world, but weaving the very threads of fate, influencing the destinies of mortals, guiding the course of empires, and subtly nudging the evolution of life itself. They were the silent architects, their influence woven so seamlessly into the fabric of existence that they were often unseen, their actions mistaken for mere chance or natural progression. Yet, Thyra now understood their touch was everywhere, a guiding hand in the grand cosmic design. The intensity of the visions began to ebb, the overwhelming surge of memory gradually receding, leaving behind a profound sense of awe and a deeper understanding. The grove settled back into its hushed stillness, yet it was a stillness that now resonated with the echoes of creation, with the whispers of primordial power. The colossal root before her was no longer just a massive structure of wood. It was a living testament to the elder days, a conduit to the very soul of Midgard. It was a reminder that the world she knew was built upon a foundation of titanic struggles, of divine intervention, and of cosmic pacts, all bound together by the unfaltering presence of Yggdrasil. Thyra withdrew her hand, the warmth of the root lingering on her skin, a tangible connection to the ancient past. The ravens remained, their eyes still fixed on her, silent sentinels of this sacred place. They seemed to nod, a subtle inclination of their heads that spoke volumes of acknowledgement and approval. She felt a shift within herself, a new layer of awareness unfurling, the magic that had been dormant within her, the burgeoning power that she had felt stirring, now seemed to be intertwined with the very essence of these ancient memories. It was as if Yggdrasil, in sharing its past, had also awakened a part of her own latent potential, a spark that mirrored the primordial fire of creation. She looked around the grove with new eyes. The crystalline formations, she now understood, were not merely geological oddities, but solidified moments of Yggdrasil's growth, imbued with a concentrated essence of celestial events. The moss underfoot was not just living plant life, but a direct manifestation of the tree's vitality, its roots drawing life from the very heart of the planet. Every element of this sacred space was imbued with the echoes of the elder days, a living museum of cosmic history. The realization settled upon her, a profound understanding of her place within this ancient lineage. She was not merely an observer, she was a recipient of a sacred trust, a keeper of memories that had shaped the very foundations of her world. The power that pulsed through the root, the ancient memories that had flooded her mind were now a part of her, an integral piece of her own evolving being. The whisperous woods had indeed led her to a place of profound revelation, a place where the echoes of Yggdrasil's elder days resonated not just in the earth, but within the very core of her soul. The path forward was still shrouded in mystery, but now, armed with the knowledge of the world's genesis, she felt a nascent strength, a burgeoning purpose that resonated with the ancient power of the world tree itself. The ravens, those ancient eyes of the forest, watched her, their silent presence a promise of deeper revelations yet to come. The air around Thera, once a mere conduit for sensory information, now hummed with a more intricate and deliberate language. It was as if the grove of Yggdrasil having shared its monumental visions, was now revealing a subtler, more nuanced layer of its being. The gentle sigh of the wind, which she had previously perceived as an ambient sound, now carried distinct inflections, carrying whispers that brushed against her awareness like phantom fingers. These were not random gusts, they were currents of information imbued with the memories of countless seasons, of storms weathered and calms savored, of the silent observation of ages unfolding. She found herself instinctively discerning the subtle differences in their cadence, recognizing a mournful lament in one gust that spoke of a lost spring, and a jubilant exhalation in another that carried the scent of freshly bloomed moon petal flowers from a time long past. The very soil beneath her feet, a rich loam that had seemed inert moments before, now pulsed with a low, resonant vibration. It was as if the earth itself was a vast, subterranean library, its pages written in the slow, deliberate language of growth and decay. Tiny tremors, imperceptible to a less attuned observer, spoke of the ceaseless activity of burrowing creatures, of the silent unfurling of roots seeking nourishment, of the gradual decomposition of fallen leaves returning their essence to the earth. Thyra felt the deep earthen secrets being imparted, the ancient paths worn by the hooves of now extinct beasts, the resting places of forgotten heroes, the slow, inexorable shifting of tectonic plates that had shaped the very land she stood upon. Each sensation was a word, each vibration a phrase, weaving a narrative of the world's foundational history into the fabric of her understanding. As she focused her attention on the leaves of the ancient trees that ringed the clearing, their rustling transformed from a sibilant murmur to a complex chorus, each leaf a miniature solar panel capturing the life-giving light of the sun, seemed to carry within it a fragment of creation's song. They rustled with stories of the initial spark of life, of the slow, patient ascent of flora from the primordial ooze. She heard the joyous unfolding of the first fern fronds, the resilient growth of saplings pushing towards the light, the silent, powerful expansion of ancient oaks that had witnessed the rise and fall of empires. These were not just biological processes, they were deeply imbued with the intent and energy of Yggdrasil, each leaf a testament to the tree's pervasive life force. The songs they sang spoke of the delicate balance of the ecosystem, of the symbiotic relationships between plants and the myriad creatures that depended upon them, and of the cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth that was the bedrock of existence. Her gaze fell upon a small, hidden spring, its waters bubbling forth from a fissure in the moss-covered stones. The water, usually perceived as a simple, clear liquid, now gurgled with an entirely new resonance. It was as if the spring was a repository of ancient pacts, its very waters infused with the echoes of sworn oaths and solemn agreements made by beings whose very names had been lost to the ages. She heard the murmur of vows exchanged between ancient spirits of the forest, the pacts of protection made between early human tribes and the benevolent entities of the wild. The water's flow seemed to mimic the very currents of time, carrying with it tales of alliances forged in times of desperate need, and the quiet sorrow of promises broken, their echoes lingering in the mineral-rich depths. It was a liquid testament to the enduring power of commitment and the profound consequences of its violation. Nature, in its entirety, had become Thyra's tutor, a living, breathing entity revealing its deepest truths. The very air she breathed was now laden with the scent of memories, each aroma a distinct narrative. The sharp, clean scent of pine spoke of resilience and enduring strength, a whisper of the ancient forests that had once covered vast swathes of Midgard. The damp, earthy smell of moss carried tales of hidden places, of secret groves and forgotten springs, a constant reminder of the unseen life that thrived beneath the surface. Even the faintest floral perfume on the breeze was not just a pleasant fragrance, but a momentary glimpse into the past, a fleeting evocation of a specific bloom from a long gone season. Through these natural conduits, Thyra found herself not merely observing, but actively deciphering the complex tapestry of Midgard's history. It was a process that transcended academic study. It was an intuitive understanding, a direct communion with the essence of the world. She began to grasp the profound interconnectedness of all living things, recognizing that the smallest creature, the most insignificant blade of grass, was inextricably linked to the grand cosmic design orchestrated by Yggdrasil. The life force that pulsed through the world tree flowed through every vein of every leaf, every root of every plant, every beat of every heart, binding all existence into a single, magnificent whole. The ancient packs she sensed in the spring's gurgling were not isolated incidents, but nodes within a vast network of cosmic agreements. The legends whispered by the wind were not mere folklore, but the living echoes of events that had shaped the very reality she inhabited. She understood, with a clarity that pierced through the veil of mortal perception, how the actions of the elder giants, their raw, untamed energy, had sculpted the physical landscape, carving out mountains and shaping riverbeds. She saw, with equal vividness, how the divine intervention of the Asir had introduced order, codified laws, and established the foundations of civilization, their wisdom woven into the very fabric of society. The ravens, those obsidian sentinels, remained perched on the branches above, their presence a constant, silent affirmation of her deepening connection. They watched her with an unnerving intelligence, their occasional, low croaks seeming to offer commentary on her burgeoning understanding. It was as if they were acknowledging her ability to hear the unspoken language of the world, to perceive the subtle currents of power that flowed through all things. One of them ruffled its feathers, a movement that Thyra interpreted as a gesture of approval, a silent nod to her growing comprehension of nature's secret language. She found herself tracing the intricate patterns of lichen on the bark of a towering pine, and in its fractal design, she saw the echoes of celestial formations, the spiral arms of galaxies mirrored in the slow growth of the terrestrial organism. The very sap that ran within the tree's veins seemed to carry a luminescence, a subtle glow that mirrored the starlight that had guided the early navigators of Midgard. It was a profound realization. The macrocosm and the microcosm were not separate entities, but reflections of each other, both singing the same ancient song of existence, both imbued with the animating force of Yggdrasil. The ground beneath her feet, once perceived as a simple surface, now revealed itself as a complex network of mycelial threads, a hidden communication system that connected the roots of every plant in the grove, and likely far beyond. This subterranean web, she understood, was not just a means of nutrient exchange. It was a conduit for information, a silent, constant exchange of signals and warnings, a collective consciousness of the earth. The whispers she felt from the soil were the tendrils of this vast network brushing against her awareness, sharing fragments of its collective experience. She could sense the slow, deliberate growth of ancient fungi, their ethereal forms weaving through the darkness, their phosphorescence a faint echo of the primal light that had first awakened life. The babbling brook, which had seemed merely a source of fresh water, now revealed itself as a storyteller of the cycles of life and death. Its waters, tumbling over smooth stones, carried the essence of countless moments, the vibrant bloom of ephemeral wildflowers that grew along its banks and eventually withered, the silent passage of fish that had lived and died within its depths, the slow erosion of the very stones that shaped its course. Each ripple, each splash, was a verse in a song that spoke of impermanence, of the constant ebb and flow that characterized all of existence. She could almost taste the ancient minerals carried by the water, a taste that spoke of the deep earth and the eons of geological transformation that had created this very place. Thyre's understanding began to deepen beyond mere observation. She felt a new dimension opening within her, a capacity to not just perceive the language of nature, but to participate in it. When she focused her intent on a particular rustling leaf, she found she could elicit a specific response, a slightly louder whisper, a more insistent rustle. It was as if the trees, sensing her nascent ability, were responding to her efforts, engaging her in a dialogue. She extended a hand, not to touch, but to simply feel the energy radiating from a nearby ancient stone, worn smooth by millennia of wind and rain. She felt a profound stillness emanating from it, a quiet strength that spoke of endurance and unwavering presence. This stone, she intuitively understood, had been a landmark for countless generations, a silent witness to the passage of time, its very composition a record of the Earth's ancient history. The very air seemed to shimmer around her, imbued with a subtle magic that was no longer just an echo, but a palpable presence. It was the magic of life itself, the animating force that flowed through Yggdrasil and permeated every aspect of Midgard. She could feel its tendrils reaching out, connecting her to the smallest insect crawling on a blade of grass, to the soaring eagle that circled high above, to the ancient trees that stood as silent sentinels of the grove. This interconnectedness was not a philosophical concept. It was a tangible reality, a web of energy that bound all existence together. The runes etched into the colossal root of Yggdrasil, which had glowed with the light of cosmic memory, now seemed to resonate with this new understanding. Their lines and curves, which had previously conveyed vast, almost overwhelming narratives of creation and conflict, now spoke of the intricate balance that sustained all life. They whispered of the delicate interplay between the forces of order and chaos, between growth and decay, between light and shadow. Each rune was a symbol of a fundamental principle, a key to understanding the complex mechanisms that governed the universe. Thyr's senses continued to expand, becoming more acute with each passing moment. She could now distinguish the individual scents of different types of moss, each with its own unique history and significance. The subtle variations in the texture of the tree bark told her stories of disease and healing, of periods of drought and abundance. The patterns of sunlight filtering through the canopy were no longer just dappled light. They were intricate maps of time, marking the slow, deliberate progression of the day, and by extension, the passage of seasons and centuries. She realized that the whispers of the wind were not random at all. They carried the migratory songs of birds that had flown across continents, the mournful cries of creatures that had been lost to the changing world, and the joyful calls of those that had found new homes. Each breath of wind was a carrier of countless stories, a vast repository of the planet's auditory history. It was a humbling realization to understand that she was surrounded by a constant, unspoken conversation, a symphony of life that had been playing out for millennia, and that she was only just beginning to tune her senses to its frequency. The murmur of the soil beneath her feet intensified, and she could now perceive the silent, powerful communication happening between the trees themselves. It was a slow, deliberate exchange of nutrients and information, a testament to their ancient cooperation. They shared resources, warned each other of danger, and celebrated moments of growth and renewal. This was a form of consciousness far removed from human thought, a collective intelligence rooted in the earth, a testament to the enduring power of community and mutual support. The hidden spring, with its gurgling tales of ancient pacts, also revealed deeper layers of meaning. The water, as it flowed over the stones, seemed to carry the faint echoes of laughter, of tears, of quiet contemplation. These were the emotional residues of beings who had sought solace or inspiration at its banks, their feelings imprinted upon the very essence of the water. It was a reminder that even the most ancient natural phenomena were imbued with the presence and experiences of those who had interacted with them throughout history. Thier found herself understanding the subtle nuances of the natural world in a way that surpassed any learned knowledge. It was an intuitive understanding, a feeling that resonated deep within her soul. She felt the immense patience of the ancient trees, their slow, deliberate growth, a lesson in perseverance. She felt the resilience of the wildflowers that bloomed defiantly in seemingly barren soil, a testament to the indomitable spirit of life. She felt the gentle persistence of the water, its ceaseless flow slowly shaping even the hardest stone, a powerful metaphor for the impact of consistent effort. The grove of Yggdrasil was not just a place of power, it was a living classroom, and its lessons were etched into every leaf, every stone, every drop of water. The whispers of the wind, the murmuring soil, the rustling leaves, and the gurgling spring were all voices in this grand symphony of forgotten lore. Through these natural conduits, Thyra was beginning to decipher the intricate tapestry of Midgard's history, understanding the profound interconnectedness of all living things and the pervasive echoes of the past that permeated the present. The journey was far from over, but now, attuned to nature's secret language, she felt a burgeoning sense of understanding, a deeper connection to the very heart of the world. The power of Yggdrasil was not just in its colossal form or its ancient memories, but in the subtle, pervasive language it used to communicate its eternal wisdom to those who were willing to listen. She was no longer just standing in a sacred grove. She was becoming a part of its ongoing narrative, a student in its timeless academy. The overwhelming influx of knowledge, once a tempest, now began to coalesce into distinct currents, each carrying a unique resonance, while the cosmic narratives of Yggdrasil's creation and the grand sweep of history continued to unfold around Thera. A more intimate tapestry began to reveal itself, woven from the very threads of her own being. It was as if the world tree, having granted her access to the universal consciousness, was now turning its gaze inward, focusing on the intricate lineage that had led to her presence within its sacred grove. Amidst the torrent of ancient memories, a deeply personal truth began to emerge, not as a grand pronouncement, but as a series of vivid, deeply felt visions. Thyra saw figures, not of myth and legend as she had previously understood them, but of flesh and blood, yet imbued with an aura of immense power and ancient lineage. These were her ancestors, their faces etched with the wisdom of ages, their eyes reflecting a knowledge that stretched back far beyond the simple village life she had always known. They moved with a grace that spoke of a profound connection to the earth, their very presence a testament to a power that was both primal and refined. The visions were not abstract, they were visceral. She felt the calloused hands of a woman who had coaxed life from barren rock, her touch imbuing the very soil with a subtle, vital energy. This ancestor, Thyra instinctively understood, was a sorceress of the earth, capable of weaving enchantments that nurtured growth and protected the land from blight. She saw another, a warrior with a gaze as sharp as the winter wind, whose prowess in battle was not merely a matter of skill, but of a deep communion with the spirits of the wild. He could call upon the strength of the bear and the speed of the wolf, his movements guided by an intuition that bordered on precognition. With each vision, Thyra felt a corresponding shift within herself. A warmth spread through her limbs, a sense of latent power stirring within her very bones. It was as if the memories of her ancestors were not just external impressions, but dormant seeds within her own soul, now being awakened by the resonant energies of the grove. She recognized in their actions, in their very essence, a shared thread that connected her to them across the vast chasm of time. The realization dawned with a profound sense of belonging. Her bloodline, she now understood with an unshakable certainty, was not merely human, but intertwined with the very magic of Midgard. It stretched back to a time when the veil between worlds was thin, a time when the boundaries between the physical and the spiritual, the mortal and the divine, were far more fluid. Her ancestors had walked among beings of pure energy, had bartered with ancient spirits, and had understood the deep, intricate currents of magic that flowed beneath the surface of existence. This was not a story of distant heroes performing impossible feats. It was the story of her own heritage, the foundation upon which her existence was built, the dreams that had always visited her, the vivid nocturnal journeys that had often left her disoriented upon waking, were not random occurrences. They were echoes of this ancestral gift, a manifestation of a lineage that had always possessed a deep connection to the unseen realms. Her gift of dream sight, that peculiar ability to perceive beyond the waking world, was not an anomaly, but an inherited legacy, a direct line of communication to the primal forces that shaped not only the world, but her own destiny. The visions continued, each revealing a different facet of this profound inheritance. She saw an elder, his hands weathered like ancient bark, meticulously inscribing symbols upon stones, each mark imbued with a specific intent. These were not mere decorations, they were glyphs of power, conduits of elemental energy, woven into the very fabric of reality. Thyra felt a resonance with this act, a deep understanding of the significance of such markings, as if she herself had once held such power, had once felt the primal force surge through her fingertips as she shaped the world with her will. She witnessed a woman standing at the precipice of a storm, her arms outstretched, not in fear, but in communion with the raging elements. The lightning seemed to crackle in response to her presence, the thunder a deep rumble of acknowledgement. This ancestor, she sensed, was a master of the atmospheric arts, capable of influencing the weather, of calming tempestuous skies, or calling forth the cleansing rain. Thyra felt a kinship with this woman's boldness, a flicker of recognition for the raw power that had been her birthright. The most striking realization, however, was the sheer antiquity of her lineage. These were not the heroes of recent memory, nor even those of the legendary founding eras. Thyra saw figures who predated the great cities, who had witnessed the shaping of the continents, who had walked the primordial landscapes of Midgard when the world was still a raw, untamed creation. Her blood flowed from a source so deep, so ancient, that it felt like tapping into the very heartbeat of the planet. This ancient lineage carried with it not just power, but also responsibility. The visions were not merely a display of ancestral might, they were also a testament to the sacred trusts that had been passed down through the generations. Thyra saw her ancestors acting as guardians of sacred sites, as intermediaries between the mortal realm and the spirit world, as keepers of knowledge that could either heal or destroy. They had wielded their gifts with a reverence born of understanding the delicate balance of existence, a balance that was constantly threatened by forces of imbalance and destruction. The specific nature of her dream sight began to clarify. It was a form of psychometry, a way to read the residual energies left behind by significant events and powerful emotions. It was also a form of scrying, a way to peer into the unseen currents of fate and possibility. But more than that, it was a connection to the collective unconscious of Midgard, a way to access the vast reservoir of shared experience and memory that flowed through all living things, a reservoir directly influenced by Yggdrasil. The figures of her ancestors often appeared in contexts that directly related to the visions she had received from the grove. The earth sorceress was often depicted tending to a grove of luminous trees, their roots delving deep into the earth, mirroring the vision of Yggdrasil's own profound connection to the soil. The warrior who commanded the spirits of the wild was shown standing guard over ancient stone circles, places of immense power that echoed the runes carved into the world tree's roots. The woman who communed with the storms was seen at the edge of the world, her silhouette against a tempestuous sky, a reflection of Yggdrasil's own position at the center of existence, weathering all cosmic storms. This wasn't a coincidence, it was a confirmation. Her lineage was not separate from the essence of Midgard, but deeply woven into its very fabric, intrinsically linked to the forces that Yggdrasil embodied. Her ancestors had been those who understood and interacted with these forces, who had maintained the delicate balance that allowed life to flourish. They had been the conduits, the protectors, the living embodiments of the world's innate magic. The dream sight, she now understood, was more than just seeing things others couldn't. It was an inherited ability to perceive the underlying patterns, the hidden connections, the energetic signatures that comprised reality. It allowed her to see the flows of power, the pathways of influence, the subtle interplay of cause and effect that governed the universe. This was why the visions from the grove had resonated so deeply within her. They were not foreign concepts, but familiar truths being reawakened within her ancestral memory. She saw one ancestor, a man with eyes that seemed to hold the light of distant stars, tracing constellations in the night sky. But it wasn't just about recognizing star patterns. He was reading their influence, understanding how their celestial movements shape the tides of magic on Midgard. He was an astrologer, not in the sense of fortune telling, but in the profound understanding of cosmic resonance and its impact on earthly affairs. Thyra felt a kinship with his pursuit of knowledge, a desire to understand the grand cosmic clockwork. Another vision showed a woman tending to a vast underground network of roots, her hands glowing with a soft green light. This was the realm of the fungi, the silent network that connected all plant life, a biological internet of immense complexity. This ancestor was a mycologist of the ancient world, one who understood the language of the fungal networks, their role in communication and sustenance, their deep connection to the life force of the planet. Thyra felt a surge of recognition for this hidden world, remembering the recent revelations of the mycelial threads beneath her feet in the grove. The implications of this revelation were immense. Her life, which she had perceived as being shaped by chance and circumstance, was now understood as being guided by the deep currents of her heritage. The choices she made, the path she walked, were not entirely her own, but were influenced by the inherent strengths and perhaps the latent weaknesses of those who had come before her. This was a sobering thought, but also an empowering one. She was not an accidental traveler. She was a descendant, carrying within her the accumulated wisdom and power of countless generations. The figures of her ancestors would appear not always in dramatic scenes, but sometimes in quiet moments of reflection, of study, of deep contemplation. She saw a man sitting by a hearth, his face illuminated by the flickering flames, his eyes closed in meditation, and Thyra felt the profound peace that emanated from him, the deep inner stillness that was a hallmark of true power. She saw a woman tending to a single wilting plant, her touch so gentle, her focus so intense, that the plant seemed to revive under her care, a testament to her mastery of the subtle life forces. These quiet moments were as significant as the grand displays of power. They revealed the discipline, the dedication, and the deep respect for life that characterized her lineage. They understood that true power was not about dominance, but about harmony, about understanding and working with the natural forces, not against them. This was a crucial lesson for Thyra, one that resonated deeply with her current experiences in the grove, where she was learning to listen and to perceive rather than to impose her will. As the visions continued, a recurring symbol began to emerge, a stylized depiction of a serpent coiled around a tree, its scales shimmering with an ethereal light. Thyra had seen this symbol before, subtly incorporated into the carvings on ancient stones and woven into the patterns of old tapestries. Now, she understood its significance. It represented the cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth, the eternal ebb and flow of energy that animated all existence. It was a symbol of transformation, of shedding the old, to embrace the new, a concept deeply tied to the primal forces that her ancestors had understood and revered. The serpent symbol was often associated with her most powerful ancestors, those who had demonstrated the greatest ability to adapt, to transform, and to understand the deeper currents of life. It was a mark of those who had achieved a profound level of wisdom, a spiritual enlightenment that transcended the limitations of a mortal existence. Thyra felt a powerful connection to this symbol, a sense that it represented not just her lineage, but also her own unfolding journey. The overarching truth that solidified within her was that her bloodline was a living testament to the enduring magic of Midgard. It was a lineage of seers, of shapers, of guardians, of those who understood that the world was far more than it appeared. Her dream site was not a mere curiosity, but a vital tool, a way to connect with this ancient legacy and to understand her place within the grand design of Yggdrasil. The revelations were not complete. They were like the first rays of dawn, hinting at a vast and intricate landscape yet to be fully explored. But even at this early stage, Thyra understood that her life had irrevocably changed. She was no longer simply a villager, a dreamer, a wanderer. She was a daughter of ancient power, a carrier of a sacred legacy, and the whispers of Yggdrasil were now harmonizing with the echoes of her own blood, guiding her towards a destiny she was only beginning to comprehend. The grove had not just shown her the world, it had shown her herself, her true self, as a part of something far older and more profound than she had ever imagined. The weight of this truth settled upon her, not as a burden, but as a promise, a calling, an undeniable truth woven into the very core of her being. Her lineage was not just a history, it was a living force, a current that now flowed through her, connecting her to the heart of Midgard and the enduring wisdom of Yggdrasil. The immensity of what had been revealed, the sheer weight of ages that had settled upon her very soul, began to recede, not into the oblivion of forgotten dreams, but into a more focused, crystalline understanding. The cacophony of cosmic knowledge and ancestral memory had subsided, leaving behind a profound silence, pregnant with the echo of choice. Thyra felt as though she stood at the very nexus of time, the pulsating heart of Yggdrasil beating a steady, resonant rhythm against her own. The grove, having unfurled its ancient tapestry before her, now offered not just a glimpse, but a doorway. The roots of the world tree, no longer mere conduits of information, but living entities, seemed to draw closer. A single, massive root, thicker than any ancient oak she had ever known, pulsed with a soft, inner luminescence. It was from this root that the ancient voices had emerged, a chorus of whispers that had both guided and overwhelmed her. Now, those voices coalesced not into a single, commanding decree, but into a clear, measured offering, a presentation of two distinct paths. Daughter of the ancient lineage, the voices resonated, each syllable imbued with the wisdom of millennia, a sound that vibrated not just in her ears, but in the very marrow of her bones. You have glimpsed the threads that bind all existence, the echoes of the primal forces that shaped Midgard. You have seen the strength of those who walked before, the burdens they carried, and the knowledge they preserved. A gentle warmth spread from the luminous root, enveloping Thera in a comforting yet profoundly significant embrace. It was the warmth of acceptance, of recognition, but also the chilling touch of consequence. The paths diverge now, as they have for all who have stood in this sacred space. The voices continued, their tone shifting subtly, carrying the weight of countless epochs. One path lies in oblivion. You may return to the world from whence you came. The memories of this place, of this knowledge, sealed away as if they were but a fleeting dream. The magic that stirred within you will slumber. The ancient truths remain buried, and your life will continue on the course it was charted before your arrival here. The offering was clear, presented without judgment, without coercion. It was the path of least resistance, the return to the familiar, the shedding of an unimaginable burden. Thyra could feel the allure of it, the quietude of a life unburdened by cosmic secrets, a life free from the responsibility of ages. Her village, her kin, the simple rhythms of her former existence, they flickered in her mind, a comforting beacon of the known. She could return to the hearth, to the familiar scent of wood smoke and the comforting weight of a shared meal. The knowledge of her lineage, the profound understanding of the world's hidden currents, could be locked away, a forgotten chapter in the story of her life. This was not weakness, but a choice, a surrender to the natural order of things, a return to a life unburdened by the echoes of Yggdrasil. This path, the voices murmured, offers peace. It offers the continuation of your days in simplicity and the absence of the storms that gather beyond the veil of mortal understanding. The world will turn, the stars will chart their course, and your life will be your own, untouched by the weight of history or the demands of a destiny you did not seek. Yet, even as the words of oblivion painted a picture of serene tranquility, another possibility began to unfurl within the sacred grove, a path far more arduous, far more demanding, yet undeniably alluring. Or, the voices shifted, the luminescence of the great root intensifying, casting long, dancing shadows across the moss covered ground. You may choose to embrace what has been revealed. You may choose to remain, to deepen your understanding, to learn the true nature of your inherited power, and to become a keeper of the secrets that slumber within Midgard. This was the path of remembrance, the path of responsibility, the path of becoming. It was a choice to actively engage with the legacy that had been awakened within her, to become a living conduit for the ancient wisdom of Yggdrasil. It meant not just remembering, but actively preserving, protecting, and perhaps guiding the flow of magic that permeated the world. It was a commitment to a life that would be irrevocably intertwined with the fate of Midgard, a life dedicated to understanding and safeguarding the delicate balance that her ancestors had fought to maintain. To choose this path, the voices explained, their resonance deepening, is to accept the mantle of guardianship. It is to dedicate yourself to listening to the whispers of the world tree, to deciphering the language of the earth and sky, and to understanding the intricate web of life that binds all beings. It is to become a bridge between the seen and the unseen, a protector of the buried history that nourishes and sustains this world. Thyra felt a profound sense of awe wash over her. The weight of this choice was immense, not in its difficulty, but in its implications. This was not a decision that would affect only her own life. It was a choice that could ripple through the fabric of existence itself. To forget was to sever a connection, to abandon a sacred trust. To remember was to embrace a destiny, to accept a profound responsibility. She looked at her hands, still tingling with the residual energy of the visions. She could feel the nascent power stirring within her, the echo of her ancestors' might. It was a power that whispered of connection, of belonging, of purpose. Could she truly cast that aside? Could she return to a life where such potent forces were merely figments of imagination, where the profound truths she had witnessed were dismissed as mere fancy? The allure of oblivion was strong, a siren call of simplicity and peace. The world she knew offered comfort and familiarity, but the world she had glimpsed, the world that now resonated within her very being, offered something more. It offered meaning, a deep, abiding sense of purpose that transcended the mundane. It offered a chance to be more than she had ever dreamed, to fulfill a destiny that had been woven into her very blood. The ancient voices remained silent, their offering complete. The choice was hers, and hers alone. The pulsing root seemed to hold its breath, waiting for her response, for the direction her life would now take. The air in the grove hummed with anticipation, the silence amplifying the magnitude of the decision that lay before her. It was a moment suspended outside of time, a singularity where the past, present, and future converged, awaiting her command. Thyra closed her eyes, not in surrender to oblivion, but in deep contemplation. She felt the echoes of her ancestors within her, their strength, their wisdom, their unwavering dedication. She remembered the earth sorceress, the warrior, the celestial scholar, the guardian of the fungal networks. Their lives had not been easy, but they had been filled with purpose, with a profound connection to the world around them. They had understood the importance of balance, the necessity of preserving the ancient ways. To forget would be to betray them, to dishonor their legacy. To remember, to embrace the path of the keeper, would be to honor them, to continue their work, to ensure that the magic of Midgard endured. It was a daunting prospect, a path fraught with unknown challenges and potentially great peril. But it was also a path that felt intrinsically right, a path that resonated with the deepest part of her soul. She opened her eyes, her gaze fixed on the luminous root. The stillness of the grove was no longer an absence of sound, but a canvas upon which her decision would be painted. The simple life beckoned, a comfortable haven, but the call of her lineage, the whisper of Yggdrasil, was a more powerful current, a tide that was pulling her towards a destiny she could no longer ignore. A profound sense of clarity settled upon her, banishing any lingering doubt. The whispers of the world tree were not a burden, but a birthright. The knowledge she had gained was not a curse, but a gift. Her dream sight, her connection to the unseen, was not an anomaly, but a tool. And the echoes of her ancestors were not a ghostly presence, but a living force that now guided her steps. She took a deep breath, the air of the grove filling her lungs, carrying with it the scent of ancient earth and primal magic. Her voice, though soft, carried an unwavering strength, a resonance that seemed to echo through the very heartwood of Yggdrasil. "I choose to remember," she said, her words clear and resolute. "I choose to stay. I choose to become a keeper." As the words left her lips, a wave of energy surged through her, emanating from the great root, from Yggdrasil itself. It was not a violent eruption, but a gentle yet powerful infusion, a welcoming embrace into a lineage that now claimed her fully. The luminescence of the root intensified, bathing her in a warm, golden light. The ancient voices, no longer a chorus of offering, but a symphony of acceptance, seemed to swell around her. So be it, they whispered, their voices now imbued with a sense of profound satisfaction, of a destiny reaffirmed. The path of the keeper is now yours. The echoes of Yggdrasil shall be your constant companions, and the buried history of Midgard shall unfold before you. Thyra felt a profound sense of peace wash over her, a feeling of belonging that transcended anything she had ever known. The choice had been made, and in making it, she had not just accepted a destiny, but had truly found herself. She was no longer an observer, but a participant, a guardian, a thread woven into the grand tapestry of existence. The world outside the grove would continue its course, unaware of the momentous decision made within its sacred embrace. But for Thyra, everything had changed. The journey had just begun, and the echoes of Yggdrasil, now harmonizing with the whispers of her own awakened blood, would guide her steps into a future she was now ready to embrace, to protect, and to understand. The weight of ages had settled upon her, not as a burden to crush her, but as a mantle of honor, a testament to the power and responsibility that had been entrusted to her, a keeper of the world's deepest secrets. The choice presented had been answered, and in its acceptance, a new chapter of her existence, and perhaps of Midgard itself, had been irrevocably written. The immediate aftermath of her declaration was a subtle shift in the grove's atmosphere. The ethereal moonlight, which had previously seemed to merely illuminate, now appeared to imbue the very air with a deeper, more potent luminescence. It was as if the grove itself exhaled in gentle acknowledgement, the silver glow intensifying, weaving through the ancient branches of Yggdrasil and settling upon Thyra like a celestial mantle. The profound silence that had punctuated her choice was replaced by a resonant hum, a low vibration that pulsed from the very earth beneath her feet, a chorus of affirmation from the roots of the world tree that now felt inextricably linked to her own being. This was not a passive acceptance, but an active drawing in, a profound integration of her will with the ancient currents of magic that flowed through this sacred space. The luminous root, which had served as the conduit for the ancestral voices, now pulsed with a steady, rhythmic light that mirrored the beat of Thyra's own heart. It seemed to draw closer, not physically moving, but extending its influence, its radiant energy reaching out to enfold her. She felt a warmth spread from it, a comforting yet invigorating sensation that chased away any lingering chill of apprehension. This warmth was more than mere heat. It was the distilled essence of ages, the accumulated wisdom and power of countless generations of keepers now being willingly offered to her. It was the handshake of her lineage, a silent welcome into a tradition far older than any kingdom or chronicle she had ever known. Her decision to remember, to stay, to become a keeper was not a leap into the unknown, but a return to a primal truth that had been dormant within her. The dreams, the fleeting visions, the inexplicable pull towards ancient places, they were not random occurrences, but echoes of this inherent connection. The grove was not an alien landscape, but a forgotten home, a place where the fragmented pieces of her soul could finally coalesce. The magic that had stirred within her, once a bewildering and untamed force, now felt like a familiar melody, a comforting rhythm that had been waiting to be recognized, to be amplified. It was the feeling of coming home, not to a place of brick and mortar, but to a profound sense of belonging that resonated at the very core of her existence. As this energetic infusion continued, Thyra felt a subtle yet significant transformation begin within her. It was not a physical change, but a realignment of her senses, an opening of her perception to a reality that had always existed but had remained hidden. The air around her, which moments before had simply been breathable, now carried a tapestry of subtle scents: the damp earth, the sweet nectar of unseen blossoms, the faint metallic tang of nascent magic. The rustling of leaves was no longer just the sound of wind. It was a language, a whisper of the grove's ancient consciousness, communicating its secrets in a cadence only she could now understand. The very moonlight seemed to carry stories, each silvered beam a thread in a vast, cosmic narrative. The ancestral voices, which had guided her through this profound choice, now shifted from pronouncements to a more intimate communion. Their resonance deepened, becoming less like a disembodied chorus and more like an integrated symphony within her own mind. They spoke not with words, but with feelings, with impressions, with a flow of understanding that bypassed the need for language. They showed her glimpses of what it meant to be a keeper, the solitude of a vigil, the exhilaration of discovery, the quiet strength required to bear witness to the unfolding cycles of life and magic. They revealed the immense responsibility, but also the unparalleled reward of safeguarding the deep currents of existence. The path you have chosen is not one of ease, Thyra. The collective consciousness seemed to impress upon her, the thought forming within her mind with the clarity of spoken words. It is a path of deep communion, of unwavering vigilance. You will be the guardian of whispers, the interpreter of silence, the preserver of what is veiled. Images flooded her mind, not as passive observations, but as immersive experiences. She saw herself tending to ancient ley lines, tracing their invisible paths across the landscape, ensuring their flow remained pure and uncorrupted. She witnessed herself communing with the spirits of the land, understanding their needs and their wisdom. She felt the weight of knowledge passed down through generations, the understanding of celestial alignments, and the ebb and flow of primal magic. She saw herself standing as a bulwark against forces that sought to disrupt the delicate balance of Midgard, a silent protector in times of encroaching darkness. The immensity of this calling settled upon her, not as a crushing weight, but as a profound sense of purpose. The mundane worries of her former life, the daily chores, the social expectations, the predictable rhythm of village existence seemed impossibly distant, almost unreal. They were a faded echo, a dream from which she had now fully awakened. What lay before her was a life of engagement, of deep connection, of active participation in the very pulse of the world. The grove responded to her acceptance with a tangible surge of energy. The air grew thick with the scent of life, of growth, of ancient potent magic. The luminous root pulsed faster, its light reaching out, weaving a complex pattern of luminescence around her, a visual representation of the intricate network of power she was now a part of. It was as if the grove itself was reaching out, not to pull her in, but to embrace her, to anchor her within its sacred embrace. You are of the lineage, the voices resonated, a sense of deep pride and ancient wisdom threading through their communication. You carry the spark. The blood of the keepers flows through you, Now awakened and acknowledged, Yggdrasil welcomes its own. The understanding that bloomed within her was profound. She was not merely accepting a role, she was reclaiming a heritage, the abilities that had begun to stir within her, the dream sight, the intuition, the nascent connection to the natural world. They were not random gifts, but inheritances. They were the tools of her trade, the keys to unlocking the mysteries that lay before her. As the initial surge of energy subsided, a sense of calm clarity settled over Thera. The overwhelming influx of knowledge and sensation began to organize itself, forming coherent patterns, accessible memories, and a clear understanding of the immediate path ahead. The chaotic whispers of the past coalesced into structured teachings, the raw power into manageable channels. She felt a new awareness of her surroundings, a heightened sensitivity to the subtle energies that permeated the grove. The trees seemed to whisper secrets directly to her, their rustling leaves articulating ancient wisdom. The earth beneath her feet felt alive, a vast, breathing entity with which she could now communicate. The path forward was not presented as a rigid set of rules, but as a series of invitations, of opportunities for deeper learning. The ancestral voices guided her awareness towards specific areas within the grove. She felt drawn towards a cluster of ancient, standing stones, their surfaces etched with symbols that now seemed to hum with latent energy. The voices suggested that these stones held foundational knowledge, inscriptions from the earliest keepers, a primer on the principles of guardianship. Then, her attention was drawn to a small, moss covered spring that bubbled with water, that shimmered with an unnatural luminescence. This spring, she understood, was a nexus of elemental magic, a place where the earth's energy was concentrated and where she could begin to learn the art of communion with the very elements. The voices spoke of its healing properties, its ability to cleanse and revitalize, not just the body, but the spirit. There was also a shadowed alcove, deeper within the grove, from which emanated a faint, resonant hum, a sound that spoke of forgotten lore and ancient rituals. This was the repository of deeper secrets, of the more complex and esoteric aspects of the Keeper's Oath. It was a place of study, of contemplation, of unlocking the hidden potential that lay dormant within the ancient texts and artifacts that it guarded. The moonlight continued its gentle descent, deepening the silver glow of the grove, transforming it into a sanctuary of profound enchantment. Thyra felt a stirring within her, a blend of awe and anticipation. The life she had known was now a distant memory, a chapter closed. This was the beginning of a new narrative, one steeped in the magic of ages, dedicated to the preservation of a world that teemed with hidden wonders. The responsibility was immense, the journey daunting, but for the first time in her life, Thyra felt a true sense of belonging, a profound connection to something far greater than herself. She was a keeper now, bound by an oath that resonated with the very heartwood of Yggdrasil, ready to embrace the unfolding destiny that awaited her in the luminous heart of the sacred grove. The echoes of Yggdrasil were no longer external whispers, but an integral part of her own being, guiding her towards the wisdom and the power that were her birthright. The moonlight, the ancient trees, the very earth pulsed with her acceptance, and in their luminous embrace, Thyra took her first step into the sacred, shadowed path of the Keeper. The air thrummed with a nascent power, an invitation to delve into the forgotten lore and to embrace the profound, ancient magic that was now her own to safeguard. Her heart, once a vessel of uncertainty, now beat with a steady rhythm of purpose, resonating with the ancient song of the world tree, ready to learn, to protect, and to become. The path unrolled before her, a tapestry woven from moonlight and ancient secrets, beckoning her deeper into the heart of her calling. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a tangible manifestation of the ancient pact being forged. Thyra's hand, now pressed firmly against the living wood of the colossal root, felt a profound resonance, a sympathetic vibration that echoed the very heartbeat of the world. It was not a mere physical touch, but an intimate communion, a merging of her spirit with the deep, abiding power that flowed through this sacred place. The runes, etched into the bark, once dormant glyphs, now pulsed with a soft, inner luminescence, their ancient script seeming to writhe and shift beneath her fingertips, imprinting their meaning directly onto her soul. Each symbol was a word in a language she had never heard, yet somehow understood implicitly, a language of guardianship, of balance, of the eternal cycle of life and magic. The silent ravens, perched on a gnarled branch above, shifted their weight, their obsidian eyes fixed on her. They were more than mere birds. They were sentinels, witnesses to this foundational moment. Their stillness was not passive observation, but an active participation, an acknowledgement of the sacredness of the ritual. One of them, with a subtle flick of its head, seemed to nod, a silent encouragement that bolstered Thyra's resolve. The other, with a soft rustle of its wings, released a single, melodious croak, a sound that resonated with the depth of the earth itself, a benediction upon her oath. The jolt of energy was not violent or overwhelming, but a gentle, insistent surge, like a river finally breaking free of its banks after a long, dry season. It flowed into her, not as an external force, but as an awakening of something intrinsic, something that had always resided within her, lying dormant, awaiting this very moment. It was the touch of commitment, a brand that would forever mark her soul, binding her to the grove, to Yggdrasil, and to the vast, intricate web of life that they sustained. This was the point of no return, the moment when the past dissolved into memory and the future unfurled as a tapestry of unwavering duty. As the initial surge subsided, a profound sense of grounding settled upon her. The trepidation that had flickered at the edges of her consciousness was replaced by a quiet certainty, a deep-seated knowing that this was her path, her purpose. The grove no longer felt like a place of mystery and potential danger, but a sanctuary, a home that had patiently awaited her return. The moonlight, filtering through the canopy, seemed to caress her, bathing her in a soft, silver light that felt like a blessing. The ravens remained, their watchful gaze never faltering. They were the keepers of knowledge, the messengers of Odin, and their presence here, now, was a testament to the significance of her oath. She felt their silent approval, a quiet strength emanating from them that mirrored the burgeoning power within her. Their unwavering attention was a constant reminder of the responsibility she had just embraced. She withdrew her hand from the root, but the connection remained. It was an invisible thread, woven from the moonlight and magic, tying her to the very essence of the grove. The warmth lingered on her palm, a persistent reminder of the energy that had flowed through her. She looked at her hand, turning it over, as if expecting to see a physical mark, a sign of the oath taken. But there was no outward scar, only the faint, residual tingle of power and a profound inner certainty. The commitment was etched onto her spirit, not her flesh. The ancestral voices, which had been a guiding chorus in the preceding moments, now softened, their pronouncements giving way to a more subtle, intuitive guidance. They were no longer delivering commands, but offering insights, weaving a tapestry of understanding within her mind. They showed her the interconnectedness of all things within the grove, the intricate dance of life and magic that sustained it. She saw the flow of energy through the roots of Yggdrasil, the vital sap that nourished not only the world tree, but the very fabric of existence. One of the ravens then launched itself from its perch, circling once above her head before soaring towards a denser, more shadowed section of the grove. Thyra understood. This was not a dismissal, but a beckoning, an invitation to explore further, to begin the arduous but ultimately rewarding journey of learning. The path ahead was not clearly delineated, but rather hinted at, revealed through subtle nudges of intuition and the silent direction of her avian guides. She took a breath, the air tasting cleaner, sharper, imbued with the scent of ancient earth and burgeoning life. The world, as she had known it, was irrevocably altered. The simple life of a village maiden, with its predictable routines and familiar comforts, now seemed a distant dream. This was her reality now, a life of vigilance, of communion, of safeguarding the hidden currents of magic that flowed beneath the surface of the mundane world. The touch of commitment had not merely been a physical act, it had been a spiritual awakening. It was the moment she truly became a keeper, not by external decree, but by internal affirmation. The magic that had stirred within her, once a bewildering and untamed force, now felt like an extension of her own will, a part of her very being. She felt a growing capacity to understand the whispers of the trees, the murmur of the streams, the silent language of the earth. The journey was daunting, she knew. The responsibilities were immense. There would be challenges, trials that would test her strength and her resolve. But as she stood there, bathed in the ethereal moonlight, surrounded by the silent sentinels of the grove, she felt no fear, only a profound sense of purpose. The ancient wood of the root still hummed beneath the residual energy of her touch, a constant reminder of the oath she had taken, the commitment she had embraced. The ravens had led her to the edge of a clearing where the moonlight pooled with an almost unnatural intensity. In the center of this clearing stood a cluster of weathered stones, their surfaces covered in intricate carvings that seemed to pulse with a soft, internal light. These, she sensed, were the next step on her path, the repository of foundational knowledge, the first lessons in the art of guardianship. The ancestral voices murmured softly in her mind, guiding her attention to specific symbols, hinting at their meanings, their significance. As she approached the stones, a subtle shift occurred within the grove. The air grew cooler, carrying with it the scent of ancient parchment and dried herbs. It was as if the very essence of accumulated knowledge had begun to coalesce around this sacred spot. The ravens settled on the largest of the stones, their eyes gleaming, their silent watch unwavering. The first touch, the initial jolt of power, had been the ignition. Now came the slow, deliberate kindling, the careful nurturing of the flame. She reached out again, her fingers tracing the cool, rough surface of one of the stones. The carvings seemed to respond to her touch, their inner light intensifying, the ancient glyphs shifting and realigning themselves as if in welcome. This was not a passive inscription, but a living text capable of communication, of imparting wisdom. The ancestral voices, now a more distinct presence, began to unravel the stories held within these stones. They spoke of the early keepers, of their struggles and their triumphs, of the intricate balance they had striven to maintain. They revealed the fundamental principles of the keeper's oath, the unwavering commitment to preservation, the deep respect for all living things, the relentless pursuit of knowledge, and the courage to stand against the encroaching shadows. Each symbol, each carved line, was a piece of a much larger puzzle, a fragment of the vast, interconnected tapestry of the grove's history and magic. Thyra felt her mind expanding, absorbing this influx of information, her innate abilities sharpening as she began to understand the language of these ancient glyphs. It was a language of intent, of energy, of the very essence of the natural world. The ravens, with their keen eyes, seemed to be assisting her in this endeavor. When her attention wavered, or when a particular inscription proved too complex, one of them would let out a soft, resonant croak, drawing her gaze to a specific detail, highlighting a nuance she might have otherwise missed. Their presence was a constant reinforcement, a silent confirmation that she was on the right path. She spent what felt like an eternity in the clearing, absorbing the wisdom etched into the stones, her mind a receptive vessel for the ancient lore. The moonlight shifted, casting longer shadows, marking the passage of time, yet she remained entranced, wholly consumed by her newfound purpose. The touch of commitment had not ended with the initial surge of energy. It was a continuous process, a daily reaffirmation through study, through communion, through action. As the first hint of dawn began to paint the eastern sky, a subtle change permeated the air. The ravens stirred, their obsidian eyes reflecting the nascent light. Their task, for this particular phase of her initiation, was complete. With a synchronized beat of their powerful wings, they rose into the air, circling once more above her, before disappearing into the deepening shadows of the ancient trees. Their departure was not an abandonment, but a signal that she had absorbed the foundational lessons, that she was ready for the next stage of her journey. Thyra remained for a moment longer, her hand still resting on the cool stone. The glyphs seemed to fade slightly as the moonlight waned, their immediate luminescence diminishing, but their imprint on her soul remained indelible. She felt a profound gratitude for the wisdom imparted, for the silent guidance of her avian companions, and for the enduring power of the grove. The touch of commitment, she realized, was not a singular event, but a continuous thread woven through the entirety of her existence as a keeper. It was in the quiet hours of study, in the challenging moments of decision, in the unwavering dedication to her duty. It was in the very air she breathed, in the ground beneath her feet, in the beating of her own heart, which now pulsed in rhythm with the ancient, vital energies of Midgard. The oath was taken, the commitment made, and her life as a keeper had truly begun. The path ahead was long and fraught with unknown challenges, but she faced it with a heart full of newfound purpose and a spirit fortified by the enduring power of the grove. The weight of her responsibility was immense, but it was also a source of strength, a constant reminder of the profound connection she now shared with the very pulse of life itself. The dawn broke, illuminating not just the physical landscape, but the dawning of her new existence, a life dedicated to the sacred trust bestowed upon her. The profound stillness of the grove, a silence that had once felt ancient and almost foreboding, now resonated with a different kind of quietude. It was the stillness of anticipation, of a world holding its breath as Thyra, no longer merely a mortal woman, but a keeper reborn, began to understand the true weight of her oath. The touch upon the world root had been a severing, a clean break from the life she had known, and an initiation into a reality far grander and far more perilous than she had ever imagined. The scent of damp earth and ancient bark filled her lungs, no longer just the perfume of the wild, but the very breath of history, of magic, and of a duty that stretched back to the dawn of time. Her hands, still tingling with the residual energy of the pact, now felt less like instruments of an herbalist and more like conduits, capable of channeling currents unseen, of touching the very soul of existence. The memories that had surged through her during the ritual were not fleeting phantoms. They were solid, immutable truths demanding recognition. They spoke of realms beyond the veil of mortal sight, of beings whose very names were whispered only in the oldest sagas, gods who walked among mortals, their power a palpable force, shaping the destinies of nations, giants whose immense strength carved mountains, and whose battles shook the foundations of the world, and pacts, forged in blood and magic, that had once bound these disparate forces together, only to be shattered, leaving wounds that still festered in the hidden corners of existence. These were not myths to be recounted around a hearth, but the bedrock upon which her world was built, forgotten though it might be by most. Her life, as a simple herbalist tending to the ailments of the flesh, with poultices and tinctures, was irrevocably over. She was now a bridge, a living connection between the forgotten past and a present that had, for the most part, turned its back on its own origins. The immensity of this realization settled upon her, not with dread, but with a quiet, steely resolve. The ancestral voices, which had been her guides during the ritual, now receded into a more subtle, internal knowing. They were no longer speaking to her, but through her, their wisdom woven into the fabric of her being. She understood that her task was not merely to witness these buried histories, but to actively seek them out, to unearth them from the dust of ages, and to reweave their threads into the tapestry of understanding for a world that had, through apathy or deliberate ignorance, largely forgotten its own foundations. This was the essence of her new oath, to be a conduit, a preserver, a living repository of truths that, if allowed to fade entirely into the mists of time, would leave the present world adrift, unmoored from the very forces that had shaped it. The ravens, her silent companions throughout the ritual, now stirred. One of them, with a flash of obsidian wing, detached itself from the gnarled branch and glided towards a section of the grove where the ancient trees grew denser, their branches entwined like the skeletal fingers of forgotten gods. This was not a departure, but a summons, a silent invitation to embark on the first true quest of her guardianship. The path ahead was not marked by signposts or illuminated by the familiar sun, but by the subtle nudges of intuition, by the faint whisper of wind through leaves that carried the echoes of ancient tongues, and by the unwavering guidance of her avian mentors. As Thera followed the raven, the very landscape seemed to shift, to reveal hidden depths. The moonlight, which had been a benevolent, guiding light, now played tricks with perception, casting long, distorted shadows that hinted at unseen presences. The air grew colder, carrying with it the faint, musty scent of old parchment and dried herbs, a fragrance that spoke not of simple remedies, but of arcane knowledge and forgotten rituals. She passed by moss covered stones, their surfaces etched with carvings that seemed to writhe just beyond the periphery of her vision, the remnants of a language spoken before the dawn of written words. Each step was a descent into the layers of time, a peeling back of the mundane to reveal the mythic beneath. The raven alighted on a massive, gnarled oak, its bark as ancient and fissured as the face of a weathered mountain. At its base, half hidden by tangled roots and fallen leaves, lay a collection of intricately carved wooden tablets. They were unlike anything she had ever seen, the wood dark and dense, imbued with a faint, almost imperceptible warmth. The carvings were not mere etchings, they pulsed with a soft, internal luminescence, their lines seeming to shift and reform as if alive. These, she knew instinctively, were the first fragments of the lost narratives, the initial pieces of the grand, forgotten story. As her fingers, still sensitive to the lingering magic of her oath, brushed against the cool, smooth surface of one of the tablets, a torrent of images and sensations flooded her mind. She saw a colossal hand, larger than any mountain, shaping the very stars from primordial dust. She felt the earth tremble under the tread of titanic beings, their roars echoing across vast, empty plains. She witnessed the formation of the first pacts, shimmering threads of energy woven between beings of immense power, binding them to a delicate, often volatile, equilibrium. These were not visions to be passively observed, but memories to be absorbed, understood, and ultimately to be preserved. The ancestral voices, no longer a cacophony, but a symphony of whispers, began to interpret the glyphs on the tablets. They spoke of the world's serpent, Jormungandr, whose coils encircled the entirety of Midgard, of the frost giants of Jotunheim, whose icy breath threatened to engulf all life, and of the Aesir and Vanir, the gods whose celestial wars and intricate alliances had shaped the destiny of mortals. They revealed the origins of magic itself, not as a force to be conjured, but as the very lifeblood of creation, a sacred current that flowed through all things, binding the realms together. Each tablet was a chapter, a testament to a time when the lines between the divine, the titanic, and the mortal were not so sharply defined, a time when the world's history was writ large in the very fabric of existence. The ravens observed her with an almost unnerving stillness, their dark eyes reflecting the faint glow of the glyphs. When her concentration wavered, or when a particular carving presented a challenge too profound for her nascent understanding, a soft, resonant croak from one of the birds would draw her attention back, highlighting a specific detail, a subtle nuance that unlocked the meaning of an entire passage. They were more than guardians, they were guides, silent teachers in the profound art of remembering. Hours, or perhaps days, bled into one another as Thyra immersed herself in the ancient lore. The world outside the grove faded into irrelevance. Her only reality was the luminous script on the wooden tablets, the deep resonances of forgotten truths and the constant, reassuring presence of her avian companions. She learned of the first great schisms, the ancient betrayals that had fractured the divine pantheon and weakened the bonds that held the realms together. She saw the rise of mortal civilizations, their brief but brilliant ascensions, often built upon the forgotten foundations laid by these earlier, more powerful beings. She began to understand that the present, with its relative peace and its mundane concerns, was but a fragile veneer, a temporary respite in an eternal cycle of creation and destruction, of memory and oblivion. One particular tablet, larger and more intricately carved than the others, spoke of a forgotten pact, a covenant forged between the ancient Earth Mother and the primal forces of the void. This pact, the tablet revealed, was the original binding force of creation, a delicate balance that had been deliberately broken by entities seeking to sow chaos. The repercussions of this ancient violation, the tablet warned, were not confined to the distant past. They echoed still in the present, manifesting as subtle distortions in the flow of magic, as inexplicable blights upon the land, and as a growing weariness in the spirit of the world. As she traced the symbols depicting this ancient covenant, Thyra felt a familiar surge of energy, a deeper connection forming between her and the very essence of the grove. The tablet seemed to absorb her touch, the luminous glyphs flaring brighter, as if acknowledging a kindred spirit, a soul awakened to its purpose. The ancestral voices whispered of the unmaking, the slow erosion of reality that followed the shattering of this primordial pact. They spoke of the custodians who had, in ages past, dedicated themselves to its preservation, to reweaving the broken threads and reinforcing the fading boundaries. And they spoke of the long silence that had followed their passing, a silence that had allowed the world to forget, to drift further from its origins, and to become increasingly vulnerable to the lingering shadows of the unmaking. The raven on the oak rustled its feathers, a subtle shift that signaled a change in the air. The moonlight, once so potent, began to wane, giving way to the first pale blush of dawn on the eastern horizon. The luminous glyphs on the tablets dimmed, their immediate brilliance receding, but their imprint on Thyra's mind and soul remained indelible. The ravens, their silent vigil complete, launched themselves into the air, circling once above her head, before soaring away into the ancient trees, their forms quickly swallowed by the deepening shadows. Their departure was not an abandonment, but a confirmation, a signal that she had absorbed the foundational knowledge, that she had taken the first crucial steps on her path. Thyra gazed at the tablets, the weight of their knowledge settling upon her. The touch of commitment, she understood now, was not a singular event, but a continuous thread woven through the entirety of her existence as a keeper. It was in the quiet hours of study, in the challenging moments of decision, in the unwavering dedication to her duty. It was in the very air she breathed, in the ground beneath her feet, in the beating of her own heart, which now pulsed in rhythm with the ancient, vital energies of Midgard. The oath was taken, the commitment made, and her life as a keeper had truly begun. The path ahead was long and fraught with unknown challenges, but she faced it with a heart full of newfound purpose and a spirit fortified by the enduring power of the grove and the echoes of a history that demanded to be remembered. The dawn broke, illuminating not just the physical landscape, but the dawning of her new existence, a life dedicated to the sacred trust bestowed upon her to reclaim and reweave the buried histories of the world. She rose, her muscles stiff from her long vigil, but her spirit invigorated. The task ahead was immense, the weight of forgotten ages resting upon her shoulders. But she was no longer alone. The wisdom of the ancients was now a part of her, and the silent, watchful presence of her avian guides promised continued support. She knew that the world was not as it seemed, that beneath the veneer of everyday life lay the intricate, often dangerous, tapestry of forgotten magic and ancient powers. Her journey was no longer about tending to the small ailments of the body, but about healing the deeper wounds of memory, about reminding the world of the truths it had so readily cast aside. As she turned to leave the clearing, her gaze fell upon the oak tree once more. On its highest branches, barely visible in the growing light, sat a single, majestic raven. It regarded her with an unblinking intensity, a silent sentinel of the path yet to unfold. It was a promise, a reminder that the work had only just begun. The world had buried its histories deep, but Thyra, the keeper, was now here to unearth them, to give voice to the silenced echoes of the past, and to ensure that the grand, forgotten narratives that shaped their present would never again be lost to the mists of oblivion. Her path lay outwards, from the heart of the grove, into the wider world, where the whispers of forgotten lore awaited her discovery. She was the conduit, the bridge, and the memory, and her quest to reclaim the buried histories had truly commenced. The grove, in its profound acceptance, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, a subtle shift in the very air that curled around Thyra like a familiar embrace. The raw, untamed magic that had once felt overwhelming now settled into a comforting hum, a resonant symphony that vibrated not just through the earth beneath her feet, but deep within her very bones. It was no longer an alien force to be tamed, but an intrinsic part of her being, a tangible manifestation of the oath she had sworn. The pulsing world root, the nexus of this ancient power, pulsed with a renewed vigor, its intricate runes flaring with an intensified luminescence. They were no longer just symbols etched into sacred wood, but conduits of living knowledge, beacons guiding her towards a deeper understanding of the sacred sanctuary she now called home. Each glyph pulsed with a history of ages, a silent testament to the foundational forces that governed existence, and Thyra felt a profound connection to this ancient heartbeat, a sense of belonging that transcended mortal comprehension. The silent ravens, perched on the gnarled branches of the ancient oaks, remained as steadfast as the trees themselves. Their obsidian eyes, like polished fragments of the night sky, watched her with an unwavering intensity, their stillness a testament to their enduring vigil. They were more than just guides. They were living symbols of the eternal watchfulness that permeated the grove, embodiments of the ceaseless awareness required of a keeper. In their silent presence, Thyra recognized the true nature of her charge. She was not merely a protector of a physical place, but a guardian of secrets, a custodian of a legacy that stretched back to the very genesis of time. The grove was a sanctuary, yes, but it was also a crucible, a place where the threads of existence were woven and maintained, and she was now inextricably bound to its perpetuation. Her acceptance into the heart of the grove was not marked by any grand pronouncements or outward displays of power. Instead, it was a subtle, internal realignment, a deepening of the connection that had been forged during the ritual. The earth beneath her feet felt more solid, more welcoming, and the rustling leaves of the ancient trees seemed to whisper forgotten lullabies, imbuing her with a sense of profound peace. She felt as though she had come home, not to a place of brick and mortar, but to a living entity, a consciousness that had waited eons for a worthy soul to commune with its essence. The magic of the grove was no longer something she had to actively seek or understand. It was as natural to her now as the beat of her own heart, a constant, underlying current that fueled her existence. The pulsing of the world root intensified, sending ripples of energy through the very fabric of the grove. Thyra knelt before it, her hands hovering inches above its luminous surface. She could feel its ancient rhythm, a slow, steady beat that echoed the primordial pulse of creation itself. The runes, carved into its bark, seemed to shift and writhe, their light flaring with each pulse, as if responding to her presence, acknowledging her as a fellow guardian. These were not mere markings, she realized, but living conduits of knowledge, each glyph a key to unlocking the profound mysteries held within this sacred place. They spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, of the delicate balance that maintained the harmony of the realms, and of the vital role the grove played in preserving that balance. She reached out, her fingers tentatively brushing against the warm, smooth surface of the root. A jolt of energy coursed through her, not painful, but invigorating, like a draft of pure vitality. Memories, not her own, but ancestral, flooded her consciousness. Images of the earth's formation, of the shaping of continents, of the first stirrings of life. She saw the world's serpent, its coils encircling the nascent world, its breath the very air that filled the lungs of all living things. She witnessed the emergence of the great titans, their forms carved from the very stone and fire of creation, their battles shaping the nascent landscapes. And she saw the first keepers, figures cloaked in starlight and shadowed by ancient forests, their hands tending to the world root, their lives dedicated to its safeguarding. The ravens, ever present, shifted on their perches, their movements subtle but significant. One of them, a particularly large specimen with an iridescent sheen to its black feathers, croaked softly, a sound that resonated with a deep, knowing wisdom. It hopped down from its branch and landed gracefully beside Thyra, tilting its head as if to gauge her readiness. Thyra understood the unspoken message. The knowledge held within the world root was not to be passively absorbed. It was to be actively understood, integrated, and ultimately protected. The ravens were not simply observers, they were her teachers, her silent mentors, guiding her through the labyrinthine paths of ancient lore. She spent hours, or perhaps days, time held little meaning within the grove, tracing the luminous runes, absorbing the silent teachings of the world root. Each glyph unlocked a new layer of understanding, revealing the intricate tapestry of existence that was woven through this sacred place. She learned of the primordial pacts that bound the realms together, of the great powers that shaped the earliest ages, and of the cataclysmic events that had threatened to unravel the very fabric of reality. She discovered the hidden pathways that connected the various planes of existence, the subtle currents of magic that flowed through the world, and the intricate interplay of forces that maintained its delicate equilibrium. The ravens never left her side. When her concentration wavered, a soft, insistent croak would draw her back. When a particular glyph proved too complex, too layered with meaning, one of the birds would land near it, its beak tapping rhythmically, highlighting a specific detail, a subtle nuance that unlocked the glyph's deeper significance. They were her constant companions, her silent anchors in the swirling currents of ancient knowledge. They represented the unwavering nature of her oath, the eternal vigilance required of a keeper. She learned that the grove was not merely a forest, but a nexus point, a convergence of ley lines that pulsed with the raw, untamed energy of the world. The world root was the heart of this nexus, its constant throbbing a testament to the vital forces it channeled. The magic of the grove was not confined to its borders. It flowed outwards, influencing the lands beyond, albeit in subtle, often imperceptible ways. The keeper's role was to ensure that this flow remained pure and untainted, that the balance was maintained, and that the ancient powers slumbering within the earth were not disturbed by forces of chaos or destruction. The weight of this responsibility settled upon her not as a burden, but as a profound sense of purpose. She was no longer just Thyra, the herbalist. She was Thyra, the keeper, a guardian entrusted with a duty that transcended mortal lifespans. The grove had accepted her, not just as a visitor, but as a part of itself, a vital organ in its vast living body. The magic that coursed through her veins was no longer a foreign entity, but an extension of her own being. The silence of the grove was no longer an absence of sound, but a presence of profound awareness, a quiet vigilance that echoed the ceaseless watch of the ravens. She understood now that her life as an herbalist, while valuable, was but a prologue. The true work, the work that would define her existence, lay within the heart of the grove and in the secrets it held. The runes on the world route were not just a source of knowledge, they were a map, a guide to the hidden pathways of the world, a testament to the powers that lay dormant, waiting to be understood and, if necessary, awakened. The ravens, with their ancient eyes and their silent wisdom, were her constant reminder of the task ahead, of the eternal watch they kept, and of the new vigilance she was now sworn to uphold. The grove had embraced her, its magic a living current that flowed through her. The pulsing root was no longer just an artifact, but a living entity, its runes glowing with a light that resonated with her own awakening. The ravens, her silent companions, were more than just birds. They were the embodiment of the grove's eternal watchfulness, a symbol of the ceaseless vigilance that was now her sworn duty. She was a part of this ancient cycle, a guardian of this hidden sanctuary, and her life was now inextricably intertwined with its continued existence. The knowledge she had gained was immense, but it was merely the beginning. The true test of her oath would come as she ventured forth from this sacred space, carrying its ancient wisdom and its protective magic into the wider world, a world that had largely forgotten the profound truths that lay dormant within its very heart. Her journey as keeper had truly begun, and the grove, her eternal sanctuary, watched on. The acceptance of the grove was not a single moment, but a deepening immersion. The initial awe had subsided, replaced by a profound sense of belonging. The air, once thick with the scent of ancient decay and potent magic, now carried a clearer, more vibrant aroma, a blend of living earth, nascent blossoms, and the crispness of unfettered power. Thyra felt a subtle pulse of the world root not just through her hands, but through her entire being, a rhythmic thrumming that seemed to align with her own heartbeat. The runes upon its surface pulsed with an inner light, their intricate patterns shifting and reforming as if alive, each flicker a silent revelation, a whisper of the ancient lore that permeated this hallowed ground. These were not static symbols, they were living conduits, channeling the vital essence of the earth, the history of ages, and the very foundations of existence. The ravens remained her steadfast companions, their silent presence a constant reminder of her oath. They perched on branches that had witnessed millennia, their obsidian eyes reflecting the subtle glow of the world root, their stillness a palpable testament to the eternal watchfulness of this sacred place. They were more than guides, they were the embodiment of the grove's unwavering awareness, the sentinels of its hidden power. Thyra understood that her role was not to command this power, but to harmonize with it, to become a conduit through which its vital essence could flow, untainted and pure. She was now woven into the very fabric of the grove, a living thread in its ancient tapestry, tasked with ensuring its continued existence and the safeguarding of its profound secrets. She ran her fingers over the smooth, cool bark of a nearby ancient oak, a tree that dwarfed even the mightiest of oaks she had known in her previous life. Its roots, like massive serpents, burrowed deep into the earth, anchoring it to the very heart of the grove. She felt a connection, not just to the tree itself, but to the network of life that pulsed beneath the surface, a vast, interconnected web of energy and consciousness. The ravens, sensing her contemplation, shifted their positions, their movements fluid and silent, as if communicating without sound. They seemed to be guiding her gaze, drawing her attention to specific points within the grove, subtle cues that spoke of hidden pathways and forgotten knowledge. The runes on the world route, she discovered, were not merely historical records, but also a form of living scripture, a language that spoke directly to the soul. As she focused her intent, the symbols seemed to bloom in her mind's eye, their meanings unfolding like ancient scrolls. She saw visions of the first dawn, of the shaping of the realms by beings of immense power, of the forging of pacts that bound the cosmos together. She witnessed the rise and fall of ancient civilizations, their triumphs and their follies etched into the very memory of the earth. And she understood that the grove was a nexus, a place where the veil between worlds was thin, a sanctuary where the ancient energies still flowed, uncorrupted by the passage of time. The ravens would occasionally let out a soft, resonant croak, a sound that seemed to resonate with the very pulse of the world root. It was a form of communication, a subtle affirmation, or a gentle correction, guiding her deeper into the understanding of the grove's intricate workings. They were the keepers of its memory, the silent guardians of its secrets, and now they were her teachers, her mentors in the profound art of guardianship. Their unwavering vigilance was a mirror of her own commitment, a testament to the eternal watchfulness that the keeper's oath demanded. Thyra gazed around the sacred clearing, her senses alive to the myriad subtle energies that permeated the air. The light filtering through the dense canopy of leaves was not merely sunlight, it was imbued with the grove's own luminescence, a soft, ethereal glow that illuminated the ancient trees and the moss covered stones with a mystical radiance. She felt a profound sense of peace, a quiet certainty that she had found her true purpose. The life she had known before, the simple existence of an herbalist, seemed distant, almost unreal, a mere prelude to the momentous destiny that now unfolded before her. The world root pulsed, its light intensifying, and Thyra felt a surge of power coursing through her. It was not a forceful imposition, but a gentle invitation, an assimilation of her essence into the grove's ancient rhythm. The runes flared, and she felt a deepening understanding of the intricate balance that governed existence, of the delicate interplay of forces that maintained harmony across the realms. The ravens, perched in silent observation, seemed to nod in unison, their ancient eyes holding a wisdom that transcended mortal comprehension. They were the constant, unwavering witnesses to her transition, the embodiment of the grove's eternal watch. She understood that her oath was not a singular event, but a continuous commitment, a lifelong dedication to preserving the sanctity of the grove and the knowledge it held. The ravens were not just her companions, they were her constant reminder of this truth, their silent vigilance, a reflection of the enduring nature of her responsibility. She was now a part of this ancient lineage, a guardian entrusted with the perpetuation of a legacy that stretched back to the dawn of time. The grove had accepted her, its magic now a familiar embrace, its ancient rhythm now her own. The ravens remained, silent sentinels of this sacred place, their watch eternal, and Thyra, the keeper, was now ready to embrace her destiny. The knowledge within the world root was vast, its secrets deep, but she felt an unshakable resolve to delve into its depths, to understand its every whisper, and to protect its sanctity with every fiber of her being. The grove's eternal watch had found a new guardian, and its silent symphony now resonated with the beating of her own awakened heart. The resonance of the world root still hummed within Thera, a deep, persistent vibration that had fundamentally altered her perception of reality. When she finally drew back from its luminous surface, her hands trembling not with fear, but with the sheer, exhilarating immensity of what she had experienced, the familiar clearing of the grove seemed to have transformed. The silence she had once found so profound was now a palpable presence, teeming with 1,000 subtle nuances of sound. The rustle of leaves was no longer a random occurrence, but a deliberate whisper, the creak of ancient branches, a hushed conversation, the drip of dew from a fern, a tiny, resonant chime. The grove was not merely a collection of trees and earth, it was a living, breathing entity, a symphony of consciousness that had finally found its voice, and that voice was now hers to interpret. The magic that had once felt like an external force, a wild energy she had to coax and understand, was now an intrinsic part of her. It flowed through her veins like a second bloodstream, warm and potent, an echo of the world root's own pulse. This was not a power to be wielded carelessly, but a sacred trust, a nascent flame that required careful tending. Her oath had not simply bound her to the grove, it had awakened something within her, something ancient and profound, a dormant seed that had finally begun to sprout. The simple life of an herbalist, while it had honed her connection to the natural world, now seemed like a distant memory, a prologue to a narrative far grander than she could have ever imagined. Her gaze swept across the clearing, tracing the familiar contours of the ancient oaks, the moss-laden stones, the dappled sunlight filtering through the emerald canopy. Yet everything was seen through a new lens. The world was no longer confined to the physical boundaries of Midgard, the mortal realm she had always known. The whispers she now heard were not just of the wind through the trees, but of pathways unseen, of realms that lay beyond the veil of everyday perception. The grove, she understood with startling clarity, was not just a sanctuary, it was a nexus, a point of convergence where the threads of reality were interwoven, and her role was to ensure that those threads remained strong and true. The ravens, as if sensing the shift within her, shifted on their perches. Their obsidian eyes, ancient and knowing, seemed to hold a reflection of the deeper truths she now grasped. One of them, the largest and most watchful, let out a soft, low croak, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of ages. It was not a warning, but an acknowledgement, a silent confirmation of the path laid before her. This was not a choice she had made in isolation. It was a calling, an inheritance passed down through an unbroken lineage, a legacy that now rested upon her shoulders. Her path forward was no longer a question of whether to stay within the familiar confines of her village or to venture further into the unknown. The choice had been made, not by her will alone, but by the grove itself. The familiar trails that wound through the forests of Midgard, the ones she had trod countless times in search of herbs and solitude, now seemed like mere tendrils of a much vaster, more intricate network. These new paths stretched into realms of myth and memory, places whispered about in ancient lore, lands shaped by magic and sustained by forces that the mortal world had largely forgotten. She felt a pull, a gentle but insistent tug towards these hidden avenues. It was the call of reclamation, the imperative to remember what had been lost, to reawaken the ancient knowledge that slumbered beneath the surface of the world. The grove was a reservoir of this forgotten wisdom, and she, as its keeper, was now its living repository. Her task was not merely to protect the physical space, but to safeguard the very essence of what it represented, the ancient, vital secrets that underpinned the balance of all existence. The immediate future was a canvas of uncertainty. She did not possess a map, nor a clear understanding of the challenges that lay ahead. Yet, amidst the vastness of the unknown, one thing was certain: her purpose. It was etched into her very being, a radiant beacon that illuminated the path before her. She was to remember the grove, its sacred heart, its potent magic. Remember the ancient pacts that bound the realms. Remember the powers that shaped the dawn of creation. And above all, remember her own awakened capacity to carry this immense burden. She took a deep, steadying breath, the air filling her lungs with the rich, earthy scent of the grove, now amplified and imbued with a new significance. It was the scent of beginnings, of dormant power stirred, of a destiny embraced. The ravens remained her silent guardians, their presence a grounding force amidst the swirling immensity of her new reality. They were the embodiment of the grove's eternal vigilance, and in their watchful stillness, she found a reflection of the unwavering commitment that now defined her. The forest floor beneath her feet felt different now. It was no longer just soil and roots, but a conduit, a network that pulsed with the lifeblood of the world. She could feel the deep, subterranean currents of energy, the intricate pathways that snaked through the earth, connecting distant lands and forgotten places. The world route was the heart of this network, its pulse a constant reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. And she, Thyra, the keeper, was now inextricably linked to its rhythm. Her journey as keeper was not meant to be confined within the hallowed borders of this sacred grove. The ancient knowledge she had absorbed, the potent magic that now thrummed within her, was meant to flow outwards, to touch the world beyond. It was a world that had grown distant from its own roots, a world that had largely forgotten the profound truths that lay dormant within its very heart. Her task was to be a bridge, a reminder, a beacon in the encroaching shadows of forgetfulness. The subtle murmurs of the grove continued, a constant stream of unspoken communication. It was the rustling leaves sharing tales of seasons past, the babbling brook carrying the secrets of distant springs, the very earth sighing with the weight of ages. Each sound was a note in the grand symphony, and Thyra was learning to discern the melody, to understand the language that had been spoken here long before mortal ears could comprehend. She looked towards the edge of the clearing, towards the familiar, yet now entirely transformed path that led back into the deeper woods. It was the same path she had always known, but today it was a portal. Beyond it lay not just trees and undergrowth, but the uncharted territories of her new existence. The future was an unwritten scroll, its pages blank, waiting to be filled with deeds of courage, acts of preservation, and the rediscovery of forgotten truths. The weight of responsibility settled upon her, not as a burden, but as a profound sense of belonging. She was no longer an individual adrift, but a vital component of something ancient and enduring. The grove had chosen her, had accepted her, and in doing so, had woven her into the very fabric of its being. The magic that now coursed through her was an extension of her own spirit, a testament to the deep, unbreakable bond that had been forged. The ravens, her silent guides, remained a constant presence. Their watchful eyes held no judgment, only a quiet understanding of the monumental task that lay ahead. They were the living embodiment of the grove's eternal watch, and in their unwavering vigilance, Thyra found a deep wellspring of strength. Her oath was not a static promise, but a living commitment, a continuous act of remembrance and protection. She began to walk, not back towards the familiar trails she once knew, but towards a new direction, one dictated by the subtle currents of magic that now flowed through her. The forest floor seemed to guide her steps, the very air seeming to whisper directions. Each tree, each stone, each patch of moss was a familiar landmark, yet now imbued with a deeper significance, a hint of the hidden pathways that lay concealed within the mundane. The world beyond the grove awaited, a world in need of remembrance. The ancient, vital secrets of this sacred place were not to be hoarded, but to be understood, preserved, and, when necessary, shared. Thyra, the keeper, stepped forth, carrying the resonance of the world root within her, the wisdom of the ravens as her silent counsel, and the unwavering clarity of her purpose as her guiding light. Her journey of discovery and reclamation had truly begun, and the echoes of the grove's eternal watch would forever resonate in her steps. The certainty of her calling was a balm to any nascent fear, a quiet strength that propelled her forward into the unfolding tapestry of her destiny. The world had changed, and she, irrevocably so, was now a part of that change, a guardian awakened. The subtle energies of the grove continued to pulse around her, a comforting aura that had become as familiar as her own heartbeat. As Thyra turned her back on the luminous world route, she felt a profound sense of change, an irrefutable alteration that had settled deep within her soul. The forest, which had once appeared a place of serene, albeit potent, stillness, now vibrated with 1,000 unheard dialogues. It was as if the very air was alive with whispers, a chorus of ancient voices waiting to be acknowledged, each one a testament to the myriad secrets held within this hallowed ground. This was no longer a silence to be endured or deciphered, but a rich tapestry of sound, a language she was only just beginning to learn. The magic of the grove, once a force she had tentatively coaxed and cautiously studied, was now an intrinsic part of her very being. It flowed through her veins, a warm, vibrant current that hummed in harmony with the receding resonance of the world root. It was a nascent power, untamed and exhilarating, an extension of her own awakened spirit, ready to be honed, to be guided, to become a deliberate force for preservation. Her oath, sworn with earnest intent, had become more than a promise. It had become her essence, a fundamental redefinition of who she was. The familiar trails she had once trod as an herbalist, seeking solace and sustenance, now seemed like quaint, limited paths. Her true journey, she understood with a clarity that pierced through any lingering doubt, stretched far beyond the familiar horizons of Midgard. It extended into the nebulous realms of myth and memory, a path of arduous discovery and profound reclamation, a quest to unearth and safeguard what had been lost to time and neglect. The future, admittedly, stretched before her as an uncharted expanse, a vast and potentially perilous territory. Yet amidst this swirling uncertainty, her purpose stood as a singular, unwavering beacon, a fixed point in the flux of her new existence. It was to remember the grove, not just as a physical place, but as a sacred nexus, a reservoir of ancient and vital secrets that sustained the delicate balance of all realms. To remember the powers that had shaped the primordial dawn, the pacts that had bound the cosmos, and the enduring legacy of those who had come before her. This was her charge, her sacred duty, and the very core of her being now resonated with its profound importance. With a slow, deliberate movement, she pushed herself away from the world root, her hands still tingling with the residual energy. Her gaze swept across the clearing, taking in the familiar grandeur of the ancient oaks, the velvety moss that clung to weathered stones, the ethereal glow of sunlight filtering through the dense canopy. Yet, these were not the same sights that had greeted her moments before. The light seemed richer, more luminous, imbued with the grove's own inherent radiance. The very air tasted cleaner, carrying with it the potent essence of life and ancient magic. The forest was no longer merely a collection of trees. It was a living entity, a conscious presence that seemed to observe her, to acknowledge her transformation. The ravens, her silent companions and constant witnesses, shifted on their perches, their obsidian eyes, like polished fragments of the deepest night, seemed to hold an ancient wisdom, a reflection of the profound truths that now resonated within her. One of them, a particularly large specimen whose feathers shimmered with an iridescent sheen, let out a soft, resonant croak. It was a sound that carried the weight of ages, a low, guttural utterance that seemed to confirm her readiness to acknowledge the irrevocable shift that had occurred. This was not merely a personal journey, but an inheritance, a calling that resonated through generations, a legacy she was now bound to uphold. She felt an undeniable pull, a subtle but persistent tug towards the unseen pathways that now beckoned. These were not the well worn trails she had known in her former life, but subtle currents of energy, hidden routes that wound through the very fabric of existence, connecting the tangible world to realms of myth and legend. The grove, she now understood with absolute certainty, was more than a sanctuary. It was a nexus, a point where the veil between worlds thinned, allowing the ancient forces to flow and interact. Her role as keeper was not merely to guard this place, but to become a conduit, a guardian of the knowledge that sustained the delicate equilibrium of all that was. Her purpose, clear and sharp amidst the vastness of the unknown, was to remember the grove, its sacred heart, its potent magic, and the ancient, vital secrets that it held within its depths. This imperative was not a suggestion, but a deep seated calling etched into her very soul. The future remained a canvas yet to be painted, a tapestry of possibilities that held both wonder and peril. Yet, with the knowledge she had gained, with the magic now flowing through her, she felt a profound sense of readiness, an unshakable resolve to embrace whatever lay ahead. As she took her first steps away from the world route, the ground beneath her feet felt different, more alive. It was as if the earth itself was a network of conduits, pulsing with the very lifeblood of the world, and she was now attuned to its rhythm. The whispers of the forest grew stronger, the rustling leaves and creaking branches weaving a narrative of ages past, of events that had shaped the very foundations of existence. She was no longer just Thyra, the solitary herbalist. She was Thyra, the keeper, a guardian entrusted with a duty that transcended mortal lifespans, a living link to an ancient lineage. The paths ahead were not clearly defined, but the direction was. It was a journey of reclamation, of rediscovering the forgotten lore, of reawakening the dormant powers that slumbered beneath the surface of the world. The grove was a repository of this ancient wisdom, and she, its keeper, was now its living vessel. The magic she carried was not for her own benefit, but for the preservation of balance, for the safeguarding of the vital secrets that sustained the harmony of all realms. The weight of this responsibility settled upon her, not as a burden, but as a profound sense of purpose. She was a part of something immense, something ancient and enduring. The grove had chosen her, had accepted her, and in doing so, had woven her into the very fabric of its being. The magic that now coursed through her was an extension of her own spirit, a testament to the deep, unbreakable bond that had been forged. The ravens remained her silent companions, their watchful eyes holding no judgment, only a quiet understanding of the monumental task that lay ahead. They were the living embodiment of the grove's eternal watch, and in their unwavering vigilance, Thyra found a deep wellspring of strength. Her oath was not a static promise, but a continuous act of remembrance and protection. As she turned towards the edge of the clearing, towards the threshold of her new destiny, she carried with her the vibrant resonance of the world root, the silent counsel of the ravens, and the unshakable clarity of her purpose. The journey had truly begun, and the echoes of the grove's eternal watch would forever resonate in her steps, guiding her towards the reclamation of forgotten truths.